Hello. Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? Welcome back to the Alaris 2 Monday Night campaign here on Rural Propelled Gamers. After another double session last week, it saw you all read through a bunch of books, getting a lot of information, and going to Site 2, finding a high priest and intimidating your way out of a couple more combats with a few cultists, with some keen choice of words, and fighting a mimic. You all went back to town, made a deal with the guards. Or decided to complete your agreement you made with the guards to get the head of the pirate to go along with the head of the cultist. And so you headed in with a bit of genius from Bael to realize that there might be another side to the cave to get in, and a little luck from your satyr friend Lucy. You all found a secret entrance that got you into combat with the pirate captain himself. And almost lost one of your friends during this encounter. But you cleared the boat and checked it, found a few interesting items, and were finished going through them, and I believe that is where we left it off because it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. So with that, what would you all like to do?
Well, I had heard the pirate captain saying that he had killed Prom's father. I did hear that, or no?
That's not what they said. If that's what you want to think that what you heard.
Okay. I guess never mind then.
It was out of game. It wasn't killed. It was spared. But
okay.
They said they made the same mistake twice.
Prom. Did I hear correctly that pirate captain had some kind of history with your father?
you did. What their history was, I don't know. It's what I aim to find out. Clearly,
Oh.
there's, a lot more than clearly there's a lot more at play here than any of us might realize.
I'll pull out the captain's scimitars and pistol from my backpack of belongings, and I'll give them to Prom, and say, well, if these help in any way, I don't know how much information can be gotten from them, but you should take a look.
Can I inspect the scimitar and the pistol and see if there's any kind of recognizable marks on them, anything that might denote the name of the person who was wielding them?
Yeah, go for it.
Like,
And it's 2 scimitars and 1 pistol.
Correct. It's a Xandrian pistol.
that is a 15 investigation.
They look to be pretty nondescript.
I take them in my hand. The scimitars are non-magical, correct?
Correct.
I put the scimitars in my bag, and I kind of look at the pistol, and I like puzzle, like I don't really understand what it is. I just know that it, I don't understand how it works. I just know that it shoots out a projectile.
Mhm.
That's all I really understand about it. And I just kind of look at it. I'm like, I don't really, I'm not really sure what to do with this. Does anybody, there's no information I can glean from this. Would anybody care for it?
I don't know. You might as well hold on to it until we can find somebody who knows what it is, or find somebody who can tell us more about these weapons or this captain.
And then I put it in my backpack. So
Right, so you're taking all three then?
I'm just gonna hold on to them for now.
Sure. I
Um,
will take them off my sheet above game.
yeah, and then like it's more of a just like I have no intention of using any of them, and I can't use the pistol. So
That's correct.
my character is literally looking at it like I don't know what this thing is. I just know it shoots out something.
Boomy boomies.
Well, I guess we should see how they're coming down below deck.
Out of game. Have we searched all of the ship
Yes.
at this point? Okay. I head down with Alvin to below deck to meet up with the forget who's down there, the people who are down there.
And when we see everybody else, I'll take the ruined splint mail out of my backpack and show it to Bael, and I'll say, "You might want to get out that scroll of mending. This could be armor for you or for me."
Well, he reaches in, pulls out the scroll of mending. Which armor would you prefer?
What do you mean, which armor?
He points to both armors.
And I guess now I'm seeing the mithril armor for the first time,
Yes.
and I'm in awe. And I'll say, whichever you'd prefer, I leave it up to you.
It don't matter to me. I'll pick whatever is left.
All right, roll for it.
Nah, I don't have to roll for it. Just pick.
All right, I'll take the mundane, I guess.
All right. And I'll start casting the mending spell on the one that's damaged.
You hold the two pieces together and hold it and cast mending using the spell scroll. It doesn't take anything because it is in your spell repertoire, or potentially in your spell repertoire, and the mundane splint mail comes back together in one piece.
And before I hand it over, I will bless it, in Io's name, give its blessing, and hand it to him.
Okay.
So it'll take a few minutes to get out of my chainmail and put the splint mail on.
Now, is the other
But I'll
split mail
start.
better than mine?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll remove the mithril splint mail from my inventory, and then Bael, you can add it.
I don't know what kind it is, so DM would have to add it for me.
I did. It raises your AC to 19.
Woohoo!
Alvin, what does it do to your AC?
It would have raised it to 17 because I don't have a shield. It's the same as normal splint mail, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it would have been it's 17.
Okay.
Bael's is 19 because he has a shield. I don't.
Would anyone else would like my old chainmail armor? No one?
I can't wear armor.
So it's
I
too
have
heavy
no
for me.
need of armor.
Tomas,
I think I'm already wearing chainmail, so
all right, I'll hold on to it. Anybody need healing? I'll do the 10-minute ritual. If anybody needs healing, that is.
So what else did we find down here?
nothing really of use except to sell. A lot of
What-
gems, things I don't really know what they are, but probably will make some money.
What about
So-
this rope? What's this rope?
When we go below deck, what do we find again?
3 citrines, jasper, and 2 onyx is what I have, by the way.
Yes. That is
And there was
correct.
the rope of climbing was down there too, right?
Yes.
But like, what's this? It's just is this just some rope? Looks fancier than regular rope.
I just pictured Jack Skellington. What's this?
What's this? This
Have
color
we did we
everywhere?
identify it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming the party relays to us exactly what these items are.
It's rope you can animate to go up a cliff and tie a knot so that you can pull yourself up. Essentially.
It's a rope snake.
Snack.
Interesting.
No step on snack.
I look at the part, at everybody in the party as we are below deck, and I kind of look at the ship, and I say, we should probably get out of here and get that head to those gentlemen
I
who are going to
agree.
get us our papers.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Emily?
agree. Let's get all this stuff out of here and head back.
DM, we've been through the captain's quarters and everything. We didn't find any paperwork, deeds, anything.
You just found the shipping manifest.
Can I take one last look for the deed?
Go for it.
Can I assist her?
Yes.
18. Investigation, right?
Yes.
That's a 9 on the assist. Oof.
It looks like there was not a lot of stuff in this ship. Like it was traveling without a lot of things on purpose. Because as you guys found out in the manifest, it was smuggling weapons and armor in. And gunpowder. Was it gunpowder? Yes. Gunpowder, pistols, swords, and leather armor for the resistance. So got the impression they didn't want a lot of things that could identify people on the boat.
I feel that there's still something hidden on this boat.
Have we found? I guess DM So I've got the shipping manifest that has the listing of all the goods that were being smuggled.
Yes.
Have we found all of those goods on the boat?
The only thing you guys found on the boat was the gunpowder.
Well, I think either this ship already made its delivery, or there's more that we haven't seen.
DM, I know this is like a really large ship, but is there something like from the outside when we're approaching it? Do we see any difference? Like we're not walking the full amount of the ship or in any of the compartments we've been in.
It's like you guys are walking all 3 decks on the same length of the
Okay.
ship.
Having been on a boat before and having found a secret compartment on a boat before, can I search for any hidden kind of disturbed floorboards in the hold in below deck, because that's where it would be, these large amounts of weapons? Can I search for any hidden compartments or hidden rooms in the cargo hold and below deck area?
Guidance.
That is. How much does guidance do?
D4.
1d4.
That is a 20 on, or sorry, 19 on investigation.
You don't find a hidden compartment on this ship. In the cargo hold where the gunpowder is, or on the crew area on the next level.
Wait, what if the weapons are inside the gunpowder?
I have to laugh.
Are you suggesting that it's not gunpowder in the kegs and it's something else?
Oh, it's probably gunpowder. It's just if they're smuggling, they have to hide it somehow. Would I be able to dig my arm down into the gunpowder, like burrow its way down?
Yeah, you can search through the gunpowder.
I'll do that.
Make an investigation check.
Natural 19 plus 2, 21.
No, it's gunpowder all the way down. Pretty confident.
It's
I
worth a
think
shot.
I think it's probably more likely that the ship already made a delivery to the rebels.
I look to Alvin and I nod in agreement.
They may have been just at this cove getting ready for the journey back overseas to get more equipment to come back and sell.
And we don't know where those people are, so it's best not to linger here. We best get out of here.
Can somebody roll a d100 for me, please?
That is a 3.
An odd 3.
00 and a 3.
Higher or lower?
What do you mean?
Pick high or
like
low.
pick.
Pick high or low.
Oh, low.
Okay. Alright.
Hi, Dr. Pepper.
So who's leading the way back to town?
I will, and as we are walking, I will look for herbs.
What, you guys still haven't even left the ship yet.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about
hanging
going
out.
back to town?
Okay. I move to leave the ship completely and walk off the deck and start saying to the party, we need to get going now.
What order do you
I'm
guys
gonna
walk out
follow
of?
this-
What order
this
do you guys walk
way
out of
back.
that door?
Oh, gosh.
I'll follow behind Promax.
I looked at Bale and I just say, stop searching the barrels and let's get going.
Yes, Mr. Kitty.
Can I ask how long is left on my Drake summon?
It's gone by now.
Okay.
As you guys get to
I am
the
walking out
stairs,
first.
as you guys get to the stairs, you hear something coming from the deck level outside of the door. But you do not see anything looking out the door.
Is there like an open window or is it glass or like what's on the door?
You guys left the door open.
So can I send my familiar through it and not be able to see through my familiar?
Yes.
Okay, I send my Raven through. And his name's Diablo, by the way.
Excellent. I love that name.
Cool.
You fly out of the door, and he doesn't see anything on the deck, and as he turns to swoop back around, there are 4 pirates with light crossbows aimed at the door.
The familiar has to come back before I can like regain or I can talk even though I can't see.
Correct. They do
So-
not shoot at it, which is odd, because they can see familiars. Because familiar's not invisible. They don't shoot at it.
I'll relay all that to the party.
I drink my potion of heroism.
Just for 4 people?
So they're outside the door, pointing crossbows at the door.
Yes.
And is
And-
there any kind of like opening or window in the door, or we're just blind at this point?
This is the only door that you guys found out onto the deck. There are windows in the captain's quarters that look out the back of the boat.
Hmm.
I ready my weapon, like I pull out my longsword.
Okay.
My
Nobody's
enchanted longsword.
nobody's left the room yet, right? We're all still in cover.
And I walk out.
Okay.
Already in
Be
action.
careful! Be careful!
And
Prom.
I am ready. I am using only one hand on my sword.
Weird. That's a weird thing to do.
I just got told I got 4 crossbows pointed at me. Sure, let's go.
No, it's a joke. I knew exactly why you did it.
I will ready a spell while going out.
Okay, what spell?
Hold person.
I'll cast Mage Armor on myself.
Alright. So, Prom and Bale are going out, or the rest of you all going out?
Go ahead and draw my bow. And I'll notch an arrow and follow them.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll head out also behind Prom.
Guess I'm heading out too.
Alright. They keep their 4 crossbows aimed at you.
Do
Just-
I recognize any of them?
No. And you hear like the sound of a rope cutting from above you, which is really, really odd. And you see this person swing down onto the deck and land. Trifold black hat with red trim, long, flowing red hair, 2 swords, female half-elf. Oh, hello. You must be the ones that are causing all these problems.
And who might you be?
I'm the captain of this ship. And I
Can I
see you
actually
took the
pull
bait.
down- I'm gonna go ahead and pull down the cloak of my hood, since I'm a half elf.
The hood of your cloak?
Yeah.
You said the cloak of your hood.
So if you're the
That's
captain,
better than what I thought he said, Matt.
I win. I win.
Woo!
so if you're the captain, who's that? And I point to the body of
The
the
decapitated body on the deck.
yeah.
Bait. I already said that. Might want to keep up to you.
I know what he was. I'm asking who he was.
It's inconsequential now, isn't it?
You tell me.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we've already made our delivery. What else really matters?
You said you were the captain of this ship. Every captain needs a name. What is yours?
Ah, I've been called many things by many different people. You can call me Captain Simber.
Captain Simba?
Simber. C-I-M-B-E-R.
Sinbad?
Cinnabon?
Simba, calm down.
Was that in character, Prom? Was that in game?
No. I
Okay.
had to go for the joke. I had to
There you
go
go.
for the joke.
Alright.
So, you laid a trap for us, clearly.
Oh, I laid a
I-
trap for whoever those guards sent after us. Since, I already sent a message to, the assholes who told them what we were doing.
Well, you got us.
And look, Simba, we were here on a bounty, and you have a dead captain that we have a head of we can turn in. Maybe we can pretend this didn't happen for the right price. Pretend he's dead and help you and us at the same time.
I look to Royce and I say, Royce, for once, just shut up.
Why don't you make me, Catman?
Come on, people, no fighting.
Clearly,
If you're
Did you say for the right price?
no, he misspoke, my good captain. He misspoke.
if you're the real pirate captain, then you're the one we're looking for.
But you've already got a head.
Not the right head, apparently.
So what are your intentions with this town?
Well, I've already killed one pirate, taken care of a black market who squealed to the Empire that I was running arms. I'm probably just going to continue running arms out of here.
Not harming the people here, doing what you're doing.
But they know you're running arms out of here.
Yes.
So where are you off to next?
She's not going to tell us that.
The Empire's onto you. What you do with that information is up to you.
It's true.
But look, if we turn this head in, the Empire won't be onto you anymore. You know that.
And maybe we can go off to your next destination with you.
Make a persuasion check.
Guidance.
Dirty 20.
See, that's intriguing. But I already have most of a crew. And you don't seem like the sailing type.
I pull the scabbard that is attached to my belt for my enchanted sword. I hold it out, allowing her to read the name on it.
The sword or the sheath?
The sheath.
You're trying to intimidate? Persuade?
More so, I'm trying to counter her argument that we are not the sailing type.
Roll persuasion.
That is a flat 13.
Funny.
What is?
I thought I was rid of that name.
How do you mean?
Oh. It's probably a story for another time.
I don't see that ever occurring given your profession. So why don't you tell me now?
Make another persuasion check.
That is a 15. Is there any guidance out there?
Yeah, roll a d4.
What?
Roll a d4 or use a point of inspiration.
I mean,
That is a 19.
Okay. Oh, you must be the brat. Aren't you?
the furball himself.
It has to be.
Just poking fun at you there, Prometheus.
I look at her and I say, I've been called many things. A brat is not one of them.
You got
I
soft.
interject. No, that's more my name.
He got soft. And we got rid of him.
So you betrayed him.
I mean, in a manner of speaking. He betrayed his crew and we got rid of him.
Elaborate.
You will find this world can be cruel in so many ways you don't even know. And there's so many ways to make money off of it. when you're not doing the best for your crew. As a captain, you find yourself tied up outside of City Hall in some forgotten port.
Although I'm sure you'll never forget the name of that port. And speaking of doing best for your crew, I look to the body on the deck without a head, and I say, do you really believe you've done the best for your crew? And I look to the four sitting up on the upper deck, and I look at them and say, and do you believe she's really doing the best for you? And look back to the body.
I
Roll
quietly,
intimidation with advantage.
I walk quietly a little towards Prometheus just in case he does something stupid.
And I hold my glaive a little tighter, just ready to spring into action if Prometheus does.
That is, sorry, forgot the guidance. That is a 22.
Jesus Christ. They lower their crossbows. She looks at you when you look back and smiles. You see, I may have lost a couple crew members in an attempt to distract the Empire from our greater purpose here.
Your crew members seem to have a nasty habit of turning up dead to serve your greater purpose.
Believe it or not, as the name and the job implies, pirates are not really as selfish as you think we are. This little
Just as selfish as you want to be.
revolution needed a little kickoff.
And what revolution would that be?
You haven't heard?
Enlighten me.
Oh, you can't be that dumb. That's disappointing.
I know the guards were a lot more afraid of the weapons you were carrying than you yourself.
They're afraid of anything that's going to destroy their fragile little peace and machinations they believe they've created here in Valerian.
So I ask again, what revolution is that?
You don't believe these people are going to stand idly by and watch another generation waste away under the fist of a power-hungry madman who was once a mage.
Are you talking about Vecna?
Who?
Never mind then.
You've never heard of the Whispered One?
That church that everyone's talking about. That one? Interesting. No. I'm talking about the Mage Emperor. People are upset. People want to bring him down. There's money to be made. Do too much too fast, you get a little bit of heat on you like this, and sacrifices are necessary.
Like you sacrificed Prom's father, you mean?
And how did he betray you?
Oh, I mean, he's still alive. I didn't sacrifice anybody to anybody. Really.
Then where is he?
That you're gonna have to pry out of me.
Well, you said not really. You didn't sacrifice really. So what did you do? Enslave him to somebody for money? Leave him marooned somewhere on an island?
I don't know what the city we left him in did to him. But any pirate worth their salt is wanted pretty much everywhere.
And what city did you leave him in?
Again, I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, I think you are. It's just a matter of now or later.
I look up to the 4 crewmates, and I pull out a pouch from my jacket with 50 gold in it, and I say, the first one who tells me gets the pouch.
If emotions not to.
That goes for you too, betrayer.
Isn't that a bit harsh?
As you said yourself, the pirate's life is harsh.
Maybe you'd make a good pirate after all.
So, I ask for the final time, where is my father?
Damn it, Sir Axis! My vote's on Captain Sourpuss. Take your point of inspiration, by the way. She goes, I have your answer right here, and reaches to her side pouch. Does anybody want to do anything?
Can I cast suggestion?
Yeah, certainly.
DC 15 wisdom.
Roll to 16 plus 0, 16.
Damn.
As she motions,
Yeah.
I prepare, I ready my step of the wind.
Oh my god. By the way, Siraxis, push to talk, please.
Sorry.
I can hear every little tiny clickety clackety. Anyway. She
I
looks
was
like
having
she's
my daughter.
reaching. She looks like she's reaching to like a pouch in front, and then quickly puts her hand behind and pulls out a hand crossbow and shoots. You, Prom?
I'll
I
mark her.
I step of the wind, jump behind her, and then grapple.
Oh shit. Okay.
hold person at second level.
What's the DC?
I think it would go up one, wouldn't it? Wisdom 16.
No, your DC doesn't go up when you level up automatically. That is a 15 plus 0, so 15, so save.
For me?
No,
you
for
cut
hold
out there.
person. For hold person. There's a 15 on the hold person. What is the grapple check? It's contested athletics, right?
That is a 21 athletics.
It's cocked. It's my keyboard. That's a 9 plus 9 for an 18. All of the crossbows are now back up and aimed at Prom holding on to their captain.
I turn her so that I am behind. She is in front of me.
That's how I had it.
Yeah, like she's in between me and the crossbows.
Yeah.
And I have my sword up to her throat.
Okay.
So I have her grappled basically in like a hold.
Yeah,
and then she's a half elf. So at most she's 5'6".
yes.
So I have her in this like, basically a fucking huge hold. And then I have my sword right up against her throat right now.
I was behind Prometheus. Oh, that's right. He moved.
He jumped, yeah.
And I say to them, drop the crossbows or she's dead.
Roll intimidation with advantage.
I reach my hand out towards her.
That is a 13. Give me a sec. I gotta make sure I have it up, but I don't think I do. Oh, yes, I do. I am going to use my Draconic Disciple to reroll.
Okay.
That is an 8.
Okay. You have to take the second roll, right? On Draconic Disciple? Okay. You hear all 4 of the safety mechanisms of the crossbow. All of them come off.
I'm gonna ready an Eldritch Blast. Going towards the crossbow guys.
Okay.
I say to her, this could have been so much easier if you had just told me what I wanted to know. Are you ready to tell me what I want to know? Or are we going to have to do this the hard way?
Make an intimidation check at advantage again. Against her.
Finally, that is a 19.
Hold up, let me get Bryce's sheet up real quick. Sorry, he had an emergency. So I can play. I'm only going to tell you because you won't make it out of here alive.
You would be surprised.
Let me actually get out my big book campaign notes. We left him outside of a prison in Astun. Good luck finding him.
I look to the party and I And I look up to them. And I look at the dead, headless crewmate on the floor. And I'd say to them, we'll be on our way. As I move the sword away from directly on her neck, but still hold it close so that if she does try anything, I'll cut her fucking head off. And
Okay.
then
DM.
Yes.
So, how long was our journey on foot to get from town to here?
Roughly a half a day.
All right. So, as Promathus releases the captain, I'll say to her, "You have 24 hours to get the ship out of here, or else the authorities will be on you like flies."
So, Prom, you're letting her go, or Are
not
you-
yet.
are you guys gonna
Not yet.
slowly? You guys gonna slowly
Yeah,
start making
we're
your way
doing
over
the
there?
back out. We're backing out.
Okay.
Like I'm telling them to back out. I have her as we're backing out. Okay, and we're clear, and we're a good kind of range away. And push her forward, and then like we book it.
She says to Alvin before you push her, "Oh, you aren't going to tell the authorities shit, or they aren't going to give you what you want."
You presume to know what we want?
No, but I know they made a deal with you all. And if they know you don't have the right captain's head, you won't get it.
And how will they know?
He just threatened to tell the authorities on me.
Yeah, but how will they know we have the right captain's head?
I'm sure you'll figure something out. You're smart.
Captains come and go, as you just told me.
We could just take yours right now.
Okay, you guys are gonna let her go and book it?
I kind of want to push the bitch in the water though. Like I don't want her to like have it so easy.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Make her walk the plank.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like toss her in the water.
Make another contested athletics check against her to be able to push her.
Do I have advantage because I have her grappled?
You do.
Oh, nat 20, baby.
For
That's
how
a
much?
24. 24.
She rolled a nat 20 for 29.
Jesus.
God damn, she's tough.
She like
You struggle a little bit, and she's on the edge and like grabs your fur and pulls back on. But the rest of you guys are running, and Prom, you move faster than everybody else, so you don't have a problem catching up with them.
yeah.
So you guys bolt.
That's why I was like, you guys go. I will catch up with you. I'm a Dash and Greg Jennings, this bitch.
You know what I really like long-term stream thing I would really love to have for situations like this? Did anybody ever play the Telltale video games? Like the Batman ones, or...
Yes.
You know exactly what I'm about to say, don't you? Whenever you make a decision, and it's one person or the other, it's like, the name would pop up on the bottom, blank will remember this decision. And I want that for stream. The push of a button. Okay.
I mean, there should have been one for last week.
It's true.
So when we get far enough away, I'm like, so what are we going to do about the captain?
Well, we already have one head. We can turn that over to the authorities and see what they give us for it.
I was half tempted to blow that ship to hell and back.
I say to the party, we're going to tell the authorities this is the captain. We're going to get our papers. We're going to get out of this mess of a town.
Here, here.
What was the name of that place where she said your father was?
DM, if you could refresh us, because
Royce would know.
You said Astun something?
I am going to roll a history check for Royce, even though his stats are quite terrible on it. Let's
well,
see.
he doesn't he have keen mind, so he would remember the
Yeah,
name of the place.
As long as he heard it, he'd know it.
Oh yeah, that's right. He does have keen mind. Fuck that feat, by the way.
That's why I pointed it out.
Astun is one of the major port towns, port cities within the Algulan Empire. It is the northern part of the Western Desert, also known as the Ilgos Desert.
And did we read something about this in one of the books? That place, that name was brought up last week as well, above game. I just don't have it written where we found it. I have the name written.
Make a general intelligence check.
Come on,
17.
Okay. In the book about the ruins of Alaris, you heard that there are several ruined cities of the Astun mountain people, as well as some ruins within the Ilgos desert outside of Astun.
We're traveling on our way back to town, correct?
Yes. You guys get out of there.
Can I look for herbs on our way traveling back to town once we are a safe distance away from the Pirate Cove?
Sure.
That is a 16.
What specifically are you looking for?
I'm looking for herbs for greater healing potions and herbs for alchemist fire.
I almost dropped a d4 and caught it with my leg. But flat on my knee. 2 greater healing potions. And 1 alchemist fire.
And I'm going to start brewing those right away.
Okay. Do any potions that should be ready today?
I should have, I think, 1 healing brewed.
Yeah, your healing, the one that misfired, is ready today. The other grader's ready tomorrow. And you need to make
checks.
Ability checks for the 2 greater healing potions.
1 and 2. On die. That's, yeah. Wisdom.
Don't even fizzle a little bit.
Yikes. And then alchemist fire is just out. No check.
Correct.
Straight.
Yeah. Alright. Guys get to town around nightfall.
Can we find the guards at the bar again, do you think?
They're probably sloshed.
Yeah, why don't we go check it out?
Roy says it's probably a good idea. They're probably at the bar. Let's be real. I know this town. I know my town. Gee, it's just like he's here.
Yeah, wow, that's a pretty good Royce.
Thank
If
you.
they're drunk, then our story is more believable.
And they are in the bar at the table by the door, like they have been. Keeping an eye on everything.
I'll poke my head in the door, see them, and just kind of beckon them to come outside. It's like, I'm not going to pull up my head in the middle of the bar.
All right. We'll give us a minute, and they down the beer that they had. And
I look at shit. What's his name again? The bartender,
Buxton.
Buxton. I look at Buxton, then at the guards, then at the mugs. Hopefully, he gets the hint.
And when the guards are outside,
Mhm.
we'll duck down like a back alley, and I'll take the head of the captain or the captain
You guys
out of.
duck into the stables, which is probably the closest hiding
Yeah.
spot, like you all did before.
So I'll pull out the head of the captain and just display it to them like, there's your pirate captain.
All right. I mean, easy enough.
You got our papers?
Yeah, we do.
Well, let's do it. Let's conclude our businesses.
All
No
right.
point in drawing this out.
Hands over 6 different Valerian traveling paper documents.
Why only 6?
We don't know what to put down for him because we've never seen his face before.
Who, me?
Yeah.
He looks around, like outside the stables, makes sure no looky-loos. You know, anybody like lurking.
Doesn't seem to be. You have pretty high passive perception.
And he pulls his hood and mask down.
So, I rolled 2 nat 1s for them.
They're a bit drunk.
They are a bit drunk. So they're like, oh, you're a tiefling. You're a blue tiefling. Why do you hide your face? Like, that's odd. We'll just write it down right now. We'll be done with it.
I appreciate it.
Put it in there, and they hand over the 7th one. Lucy, yours does say that you are actually a half-elf, by the way, in your documentation.
Of course it does.
And yeah.
Well, she's half something.
And
That's close.
he'll do like a blessing in Celestial to the
Okay.
guards.
And can I pet Jasper while we're in the stable and feed him a carrot?
Of course.
And by the way, I took the liberty to get you more rounds, good sirs.
Much appreciated. Very
And
much
good stuff.
appreciated. By the way, there is a custom, just common item. I put the name of it in chat that you guys can add to your inventories because you do officially have them.
In the Twitch channel chat? Or...
No. Campaign channel chat.
How do I add that?
You go to items and add it. I got you.
Papers, please, papers.
You got the smoke?
Anybody else have trouble adding them?
I got mine.
I got it.
All right, I got.
We're adding traveling papers.
Yep, the name of the custom item is in.
Discord.
Yeah, it's in the Discord chat.
Yeah.
Well, then it appears our business tonight is concluded.
Yeah.
Let's celebrate. I got you
In
guys
another
drinks.
town.
Well, so when we head, I assume we're all heading back into the bar,
They head back into the bar almost
Yeah.
immediately.
and we'll follow behind them. And
They get
I,
to get
I
out of
hold
this.
everybody up and say, given what just happened, do we really want to stay here
I
any
think
longer?
I think there's no point in trying to do anything right now. Everything's going to be closed. We might as well just head out to the docks in the morning and
No,
try
I
to get
think we should
past it.
head inland and get away from this place as fast as possible.
Somewhere less provincial.
I
Yes.
walk up, as they're talking, I walk up to Buxton and whisper, "Can you
Yeah, I'm gonna be singing that
give
all
them
night now.
some?"
We're not in the bar right now.
I walked into the bar.
We are back at it again.
Can you give the guards something to make them sleep for a little longer?
To Buxton?
Yeah. As he whispers this.
Roll persuasion?
$25.
I mean, that is a service we've been known to provide from time to time. Let me... I'll see if we have any of the stuff in the back real quick for you. It's okay.
Just give them, put it in their drinks and give it to them as he whispers.
If we have it. If we have it, let me be right back.
So what did you have in mind, Bryn? You think we should head down to Zaron tonight and try to get a ship there in the morning?
As long as we're all up for some more travel tonight and if we wouldn't be exhausted, I don't think Zaron was that far. It was about a 6-hour travel.
Yeah, you guys have already traveled 8 hours, which is your day. You'd be rolling con checks
Right.
every 2 hours for exhaustion.
I'm not there to say
Actually,
anything,
wait.
so-
Only the people who couldn't fit in the cart would be.
No, we didn't take the cart.
But you could take the cart to
the dock.
Zaron.
We could take the cart to Zaron.
And we all
Um,
fit in the cart, I think.
Yeah, he comes back with like a whiskey bottle and puts it on the table, and it's like 15 gold a shot.
If you make it a double, I'll do 30.
30 each for a double.
Yeah.
All right, done deal.
That should keep them out for a while.
So, I mean, yeah, we could take the cart.
Takes him over to the people, and
We
they
could
kind of hold him up to you and knock.
Yes, Alvin, I agree. Take the cart.
we take the cart to Zaron, and then I think one person needs to be awake to drive the cart, and everybody else can kind of sleep on the cart.
I can do that.
I'd do it as well. Either way.
I don't really sleep much anyway.
Okay.
I come back out smiling. Well, you can see the smile through my mask. And I just lean in and whisper, the guards are going to be taken care of for a couple days.
A couple days.
I'm just gonna look at the rest of the party.
It's up to you. I'd just as soon get a night's rest and head to Zaron in the morning if it's safe.
What I'm trying to say is it may not be safe here for us to stay tonight.
Right, I got that.
Well, there's only 2 guards in this town.
It's not the guards
That's
I'm
not the
worried
guards.
Yeah, we don't want them coming back.
All right, then I say we get something to eat, get something on the travel to eat.
about. I pull out my rations. I say, I have something to eat right here.
And
We
Royce
gotta
has-
get going.
Royce makes good berries, and they appear
Royce
in his
can make good
hands.
berries, we're all fine.
Welcome to Goodberry, home of the Goodberry. Can I take your order?
The
And
meme
boom,
and all
good berries
memes.
appear in his hand. Uh-oh.
So should we head out? Should we head out now then?
Yeah, Royce, I think you should pay your tab.
Probably a good idea. I will pay the tab that he has not paid already, which does not take a freaking dent out of his gold. And y'all are heading off to Zaron?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll be the one driving the cart.
So that means everybody. You don't actually have to sleep to get a long rest, do you, Bryn?
I don't have to sleep now. Ever.
Oh man, so broken. Anyway, you guys can hit a long rest button while you're traveling in the cart.
She has become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Yeah. Pretty much. Y'all wake up in the morning and Royce throws a good berry in his mouth and just chucks them at you. Because you guys got into town at 9 o'clock ish, because Royce would know because keen mind. You guys ultimately didn't leave until almost midnight after talking to the guards and talking it over and making sure they passed out, getting the cart ready and getting ready to leave and everything. So you guys get there about sunrise to Zaron the next morning.
Well, should we head straight to the docks and see about
I was going to ask.
passage to Astun?
Let's see what the stores have to offer before we do anything.
Out of game, what does Zaron look like?
I am going to post, once it lets me,
A map?
an actual map of the city. Wait, hold up. That might not be the right one. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Yes, that is correct. Zaron has not changed much over the years. The walls are higher than they used to be. It's about 40-foot tall, like sandstone walls. A huge armored gate. We have not killed Angarak yet. He had an emergency. He'll be back shortly. It is for all intents and purposes, entirely a defensive port town now.
Does it look like a marvelous city, town? Because if so, my character would be in awe of seeing something.
This town is clearly past its heyday.
How tall are these walls?
40 feet tall.
Okay, so nothing crazy high, like nothing like Great Wall of China high. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get the more like, is there anything like truly awe-inspiring that my character might be like, holy crap, this place is crazy?
It is crazy. This town is past its prime, though. You can tell. It still has some magnificence. There's still gold-capped buildings and things of that nature here. Architecture is very much, for lack of a better word, ocean-like in terms of the waves and things you see in the patterns in these buildings. It's a very interesting town to walk into.
And we're able to pull the cart into the town, right?
Yeah, there's roads to pull. You get stopped at the gate and ask for your papers.
But,
We show them.
before we get to the gate, I will disguise self to the elf, half elf.
With the hat.
Yeah.
Okay. They look at him. Good to go in. Guys are in the city. See this architecture. It blows most of your minds.
Oh, this seems much closer to what I'm used to at home.
Never seen anything like this before.
It
But then
certainly is
again, I
not.
was raised in a never mind. He's just baffled that he can't talk right now.
I had heard about buildings like this before, but never seen any up close.
I've never seen buildings like this. As I kind of look up at the gold on the top of the buildings, kind of awestruck by the architecture.
Yeah.
I spent so much of my life over the past 5 years just trying to stay out of sight, trying to keep a low profile, that now it almost feels strange to be in a place like this.
DM, given where she's from, I'd say that Bryn has been here before.
Yeah, some point in her past.
Would I know where to go to find like lodging and like stores to buy things?
Make a history check for me.
16.
You know there are several taverns in town of both more reputable and non-reputable nature. If you need some place to, for instance, like, trying to think of the correct word. It's completely passing my mind.
Nefarious?
Not nefarious purpose, but if you want to be in town without people knowing you're in town. Inconspicuous. You're trying to be inconspicuous. There we go.
Incognito.
Also a good word. And what did you roll, a 16?
Yes.
There have been rumors in this town for a very, very long time, of a crazy person who sells items out of the sewer here.
Where
But,
would
like,
I?
they've never... People say they've seen him, and other people say that he's a myth.
From the sewers?
Mm-hmm.
I'll relay that to the party as well, like just like traveling through the city, like giving them a tour kind of.
Yeah.
But I'll ask them if they want to be incognito or we want to treat ourselves tonight.
It's,
I don't think we've done anything to raise the alarm bells of the legal authorities.
Well, I'm still worried about that pirate bitch, though. I think she's gonna come after us.
and given our company here, it might be best to stay incognito. And I kind of
Yeah.
like look over to Bale.
I tilt my head like,
What?
He might get lucky.
Like-
People may be drunk and think he's a blue tiefling again.
I whisper, I need to get a spell like she has, as he points to her, Lucy.
Oh, we just got to get your feathers.
If you make a chicken joke, I will make you into a cat stew.
What came first, the chicken or the dragonborn?
It depends. Did the chicken actually go that long?
Neither, because they're the same thing.
So, this is the only shop we know about. Is
There are several people that claim, and Bryn would have known this from going here and looking at several of the other shops that are recommended. There are people that claim they sell magic items out of the back door because it is illegal in the Empire. They're just con artists.
What about lodging? Where do we want to stay tonight?
Somewhere that's not.
Someplace that won't ask too many questions.
Yeah.
So inconspicuous tavern. That's where we'll head to first, I guess.
That'd be funny if there's a tavern named Inconspicuous.
No, the inconspicuous tavern is called the Iron Dogs, and it is in.
Is that the cousin from the song Armored Hot Dogs?
It is in the southern part of the Harbor District in Zaron.
DM, just a weird question.
Yeah.
While we're walking through town or the city, do we see like wanted posters or anything like that?
Are you looking for anyone specific on the wanted posters?
No.
Basically looking at them all.
That looks like a BS statement back to me. No, you're not? Okay. Yeah, there's... You guys walk by a couple boards outside of certain government buildings that have wanted signs on them.
But I don't see anything I recognize.
Make a perception check.
Okay. 19.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I have this written right from the other backstory.
Oh, DM, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I read the wrong thing. That's only a 13.
Okay. You ever just glance by when you're walking by and see a sign for a certain Rao you once knew, who's wanted for gross crimes against the Empire.
Is there a reward?
It's 1,000 platinum.
Is there multiples of them or just one?
There is one of that at the first one. At the second one, there's another. It says the same thing.
Can I take one and pocket it
Go for it.
without like being a lot of really obvious?
Yeah, go for it.
Do I need to roll?
Yeah, sleight of hand. See if anybody notices.
11.
I think you did it stealthily without anybody noticing.
I'm being a little oblivious as I'm looking around at the architecture and such.
Can I make a perception check to see if I saw Bryn do that?
Sure.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I saw Bryn do that.
Yeah, 19.
Yeah, you did.
What was that about?
Somebody I used to know. Little keepsake.
Looks like a pretty hefty reward.
Interested?
Depends on how far out of our way it would take us and what this person did to you.
Well, they are a dangerous person, but I feel like it'll take us too far out of our way.
What's your thoughts there, Tomash?
Doesn't matter to me. I'm just along for the ride.
You're awfully quiet. I know you have inputs and opinions. Why not speak up on them?
On a spirit journey. Just on a spirit quest.
Because I've spent my whole life having them not matter, so that's how it is.
We're a group. Opinions here matter.
Yeah, you matter here.
Well, I appreciate that.
Walks over to Tomas, places a hand on his shoulder. I know what it feels like to be an outsider.
I
We're all-
place my
Go ahead, Lucy.
I place my hand on Tamash's other shoulder, and I know exactly how it feels to grow up and your opinions and words not matter at all. That's why I say them now.
And 90s sitcom heartwarming music starts to play.
Married with children.
Where
Full
everybody
house.
knows your name.
Everywhere you look, everywhere you look.
So if you have an opinions, you have something on your mind, just come out and say it.
I will try. Can't make any promises.
Pat you on the shoulder.
Well, should we find a place to stay the night? And
The Iron Dog, I guess.
seems as good a place as any, out of the way.
Should we get a room together or separate?
We'll probably need more than one room.
Probably, what, 4 rooms? 3?
And if
Depends on
the food sucks here, we can go somewhere else and eat.
We've got
Yep.
good berries.
And we have a full day
Always
ahead of
good
us.
Berries.
That is true. It is still morning. So how about you guys think about what you want to do during the day in Zaron?
Okay.
And
I
during our
like the-
break, and when we come back, we'll figure out what to do. I mean, they can if they want to, AJ, but I wouldn't recommend it. But
Yeah, right?
we'll see you guys when we come back from our break.
I don't know, is the room a TARDIS?
Yes.
So we are at the Iron Dog, right?
You guys went to the tavern and you're like, crap, it's still morning. We have an entire day of stuff that we could do.
Yeah.
Can we prepay for the room?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So as we get to the tavern, I walk up to the the innkeeper, barkeep, and I
Rough-looking gentleman, probably close to your age. Couple scars on his face.
human.
Yes. Why, hello there. Welcome. How can I help you? Hey.
We were looking for a room or rooms
Actually,
for 7.
all the people that just made it, by the way, quick recap. They held the captain hostage, got information, and bolted in the middle of the night and long rested in a cart on the way to Zaron, where they currently are now.
And drugged 2 guards.
And drugged 2 guards. That is a perp. That is also important to say.
Took the money and run. Woo, woo, woo.
Took the money and run. And they got their Valerian travel paper documents, which is how they're here. Yes, how many rooms would you be needing for the evening?
How
Maybe
many
3?
how many people do your rooms hold?
They have 3 sets of bunk beds in some of them for larger groups that sleep 8 if you put 2 people on the floor in cots.
We'll take 2 rooms.
2 of those rooms or 2 like smaller rooms?
2 smaller rooms. No one
All
wants
right.
to sleep on the floor.
I mean, I wouldn't mind sleeping on the floor.
It will save you money.
I'll look over to Bill and kind of say, I mean, it's up to you, really.
Yeah, I'm used to it.
So 1 room it is.
All right.
1 room it is.
The group room is 12 gold for the night.
And how much to make sure that nobody comes knocking for us?
That's included in the price here. We take our customers' security very seriously.
I put down
And
15
what about
gold.
and what about stabling for a mule and a cart?
That's for the mule and the cart.
It's 1 gold a day, so 15 gold will cover the room and a little extra. If anybody asks if we've seen you, we'll clearly tell them no.
We appreciate that.
We
Yes.
would, we'll take it. I never caught your name, though, good sir.
My name's not important.
I already paid it.
Well,
Just
I'm
did.
Bryn, and I'm gonna hold out my hand to introduce myself to the keep.
He accepts it out, and as you see him outstretch his hand, you can see some type of damage that caused him to like miss a finger, and there's like, for lack of a better word, like a rope burn scar around his hand, like he used to be a sailor. So he stretches out this like 3-fingered hand to shake your hand. The name's Ali.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Is anything else I can help you with here?
Yes. I do like that you keep confidentiality close to the chest, but last time I was here, I heard these stories about your sewers.
The sewer shop.
Yeah, you
That's
heard of it?
That's a wives' tale. I mean,
Humor
dude,
me.
there's rumors that for certain heroes, this person will show up and sell them items if they wander in the sewers long enough here underneath the city.
Are we talking like 5 minutes or like 5 hours?
That I don't know, because I've never actually met anyone who's seen him.
Do you by any chance have a way to get in there?
There's several walk-in entrances to the sewers near the walls around the town, if you're actually interested in...
I'd rather not know people. I'd rather not people know that we were entering the sewers.
5 gold and keep your mouth shut.
I'll give him 5 gold.
He leads you back, motions to come back behind the bar, and there is a door, trap door he pulls open, and he goes, underneath the 3rd wine barrel is an entrance to the sewers. It's a secret. Don't... It's how you get down if you're in a pinch. Don't tell me.
I walk past as I'm going down. I go like this.
Much appreciated. You guys move the 3rd wine barrel, and sure enough, there's another cover, and you lift it up, and there's a little rickety-ass ladder down into the sewers. Uh-oh.
I just on the ladder.
Okay.
Not how I thought my day was gonna go, but
Sometimes it gets shitty.
Take your point of inspiration.
Hey, I'm up to 3 of them now.
Uh-oh. We seem to have lost an individual. Okay, you guys can go left or right.
I think we should have got directions.
We tried. There was none.
It's true.
Any more worn path or kind of trail to follow?
yeah, any kind of footprints or any tracks.
It's the sewers. There's dirt and junk covering this path, making it extremely difficult.
If I
Direction, I guess.
If I remember correctly, the bartender told us that if we wander long enough and if we're worthy, he'll show himself to us. So it might not be the right direction that we go. It might just be an aimless wander.
How long do
Yeah.
you think we have to wander?
It's what else that might be down here that I'm more cautious of.
Make a perception check.
Guidance.
That is a 21.
You just hear this occasional, you guys. Which way are you guys going, left or right?
Let's go left.
Okay. Occasionally, as you guys make your way left, you look down into the sewers and you just see these 2 little bubbles of kind of like water come up, and you just hear this like a crocodile.
Well, that's ominous.
Don't slip in.
Out of character. Look, my family.
I believe I don't know much Dragonborn, but I think the Dragonborn word for this situation is crikey.
Or a crock of crap.
As long as it doesn't have a stinger, we're all good.
Oh,
Famous last words, prom.
too soon.
Is it?
Yeah, it's still too soon for that. Crocodile Hunter is a legend.
So we just keep going.
You just keep going, I guess.
As we're walking, I hear
We-
it in my head. Ding, 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 ding,
So
ding, ding.
We saw a crocodile in the water, correct? Or I saw a crocodile in the water.
Yes, you did.
All right. Well, I am going to then pull out my sword, tell the rest of the party, hey, guys, be careful. There's some form of lizard creature in the water.
Is that a jab at me?
No, it is not. You're not in the water yet.
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 Is there an echo?
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 So do we just keep going, or
Let's just keep walking.
Give me. Thank you. Okay. So you guys are going to make your way through the Zaron sewers.
And as we walk, I will use a piece of chalk to mark where we've been.
Okay. About 100 yards down, there's a rickety kind of bridge across to continue going straight, and then you can go left again.
Does the bridge look safe enough for us all to travel across?
Yes.
Welcome back, Royce.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot you missed. You missed literally like 2 plot points. And that was it.
Can I tell if the gator is following us in the water?
If so, would that be considered an investigator?
Boo!
I mean, probably
No,
not, because it's a
nothing?
crocodile, right?
Okay. So what are you guys gonna do?
Well,
I
How large is
will-
the gap?
do we?
Right. How large is the gap? that the
It's
bridge
about
is?
it's about 12 feet across with the rickety bridge.
I am going to jump across because monk shit. And then I'm going to take my 50 feet of rope and actually, I am going to look at the person who claimed that shiny looking rope and say, we should probably tie a safety line.
Who has the rope?
It's either you or Royce.
I don't.
Then it's in Royce's bag.
Royce, you've got the rope of climbing.
He said he doesn't have it either.
No?
All right, I'll add it to my bag.
Okay.
I brought it up at the beginning of the session because
I-
I noticed nobody had it.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. Somebody said they put it in their inventory last game. And I don't think it was Royce.
Alvin took one, whatever was up with the captain, and Royce took everything else. So it should have been Royce.
All right, I added it to my bag.
Gotcha.
So I'll take the rope of climbing, sort of hold one end and throw the other end as far as I can toward prom.
Why did I
On
have
the other
Bael that took it? I'm confused.
No
That's
one
why
had
I-
it in their inventory.
I know.
So I'll throw the other end across the gap toward prom.
Is there anything I can tie the rope up to above us? Any kind of sturdy pipe, anything that I can like tie the rope to?
No, not sturdy. Couple like iron, like bandolier kind of things that were bolted into the rocks, but nothing that you would consider sturdy.
Okay. I am going to tie the rope around my waist
Okay.
and then send it back across the bridge and say to the party, when you cross, tie yourself off. And it can move, correct?
Yes.
The rope.
Yes.
So I can have it pull them tautly across the bridge as they're crossing.
Yep.
Like I can have it remain cool.
It moves 10
Yeah.
feet a
I was
turn, so
gonna say-
roughly will.
I was going to say, if the rope can move on its own, you don't need anything to tie it to, right? It'll just pick a point in midair and it'll just stay
No,
there.
it won't. It does in fact need an anchor, but it will tie itself
Okay.
to the anchor.
Gotcha. All right, so I guess I'll go across first.
Okay.
So Prom has one end of the rope tied around his waist.
Yes.
And I've got the other end, and I'll like loop it around my waist and cross the bridge.
Yeah. Not a problem.
Okay, so then once I'm over on the other side, I, undo what I've done around my waist, and I'll take a length of the rope that's like next to where Prom is, and loop that around my waist, and send the rest of the rope back across for the next person.
Everybody else can go. I'll come over last.
All right. I spend the next minute getting everybody across the bridge. Oh, rickety, wooden, and old does seem to hold together. Are you guys going to continue straight, or are you going to go left?
Anything differentiating the two paths in terms of what we can see down the tunnels?
You can see light coming down from like sewer drains both ways, versus you couldn't before up until this point. So you imagine you were underneath buildings now, and these go underneath streets here in Zaron.
Would I or go ahead, Alvin?
Oh, I was going to say, well, we don't know why, like, we don't know what we're looking for down here. I mean, we might as well pick a random direction, unless anyone has any thoughts.
DM, would I or Royce know kind of like where we are at the city from what direction we started walking from and things like that?
You guys would have no clue. Sewers do not match up 1-to-1.
As I said, I'm also marking off areas we've been through with chalk.
Okay. Which direction?
Royce, left or right?
You're muted. Technology hates us today.
Technology sucks.
Why do I always think that's a bull's hat? Every week.
Right?
There we go.
There we go.
Because it looks like a ball.
All right, so left or right?
It really doesn't matter. Just pick. Either one.
Right.
We'll find.
All right, odd left, even right.
Okay.
It's a 3, so we're going left.
Okay. You guys go left down this pathway, and it doesn't seem to end. You guys don't know how long you've been walking, and all of a sudden there's like this warm orange glow from like a doorway like 15 feet in front of you to the right.
Something's not right.
Do we hear anything?
No.
Is the door locked?
The door does not appear to be locked.
I'll open it.
I follow her.
Same.
All right. They're inside. When you open it, you're pretty sure you're not in the sewers in Zaron anymore. As you open it and walk through it, it's this kind of like warm, like English cottage almost kind of building. And there's items along these walls and things on racks. Stuff thrown in piles. Potions behind a counter. And this man you can't quite place what he is. He looks elvish and dwarfish and human at the same time, with what used to probably be very bright red curly hair but has started to turn gray on the fringes. Oh, hello there. Welcome to Sawyer's super silly sewer shop.
Come again.
Howdy.
Sawyer's super silly sewer shop, thank you.
Then I
And
presume you're
welcome.
Sawyer?
What?
Yes, I am, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Alvin, and I'll let everybody else introduce themselves.
I'm Bael.
Lucy.
Pro Mathis.
Not too often we get a dragonborn and a satyr in these parts.
Well, you're more perceptive than the guards are.
The guards don't have magic.
The guards also don't have true sight, if we're being honest. Let's be real.
The guards barely have any sight.
Is that not the truth? So,
Turn to Royce.
I actually have an out-of-game question. Who has the books?
I do.
Okay. So, what brings you to my shop?
Well, we heard a rumor that if we wandered the sewers long enough, we'd find you.
If we were worthy.
I just don't sell to anybody anymore. Bad things tend to happen when I do that.
And will you sell to us?
And what
I
kinds of
mean-
items do you have for sale?
I let you all in here, did I not?
That is true. I have to say, the experience of walking from the sewers into such a magnificent place, it's a bit awe-striking.
I legitimately intended it to be.
So where are we right now? Are we still in the sewers? Is this like another dimension? Is
Pocket
this-
dimension of my own design. That's probably the easiest way to put it.
So does that mean when we go to leave here, that door behind us, and I'll close it, could take us somewhere else?
Where were you thinking? 'Cause that's not easy magic to do.
Preferably not the sewer and in another city if you could.
It's the other city part that's the problem. I can put you
Well-
back out anywhere in Zaron with the door's magic as is, no problem.
Well,
Well, that's convenient.
that helps us at least.
Yes.
So what do you have for sale?
Lots of things. I am a magic shop after all.
So you would be interested in spell tomes and items of that like, right?
I do have a passing interest in things like that, yes. I also like collecting all sorts of things. Fun little gadgets and gizmos to sell to people at fair prices.
How's fair?
Well, it depends on what you buy and how much, of course.
And what kind of things do you have available to us?
Let me run down the list of things I currently have available in my shop. And he starts walking around the room and just pulling random stuff off the shelf. The first thing he does is he grabs like this rickety looking broom that has like 3 like twines on it left and throws it up and it stays where it is in the air. I'm not sure if you're interested in that. Not many people are.
Flying broom?
Yes.
That would certainly be handy.
I mean, for 3,200 gold, you better get a lot of use out of it. If it's weapons you're after, I do have a selection that the Valeran Empire would love to get their hands on.
Yeah, I'll take a look at what you've got.
All right.
How about armor?
I do have several things in the armor category. As he pulls this glaive off the wall, and it's super shiny and looks extremely well polished. This is a vicious glaive.
How much?
720 gold.
And what does it do?
I've heard it tell it makes your attacks extra vicious. Out of game, it's a +7 on a nat 20.
Damn!
So, okay,
Essentially, it's a free d8 roll on a nat 20.
sure. I'm interested. First, I want to hear about what you have in the armor department.
Yes, I do have several things in the armor department. While I'm overlooking at the weapons, let me just go through a couple of the other things I have. I don't know how much you're going to be able to afford of things I currently have in stock. Is your ranger friend interested in crossbows or just longbows?
He's chewing at the moment. He'll be right with you.
He's eating good berries. I understand. They're very tasty. I get the appeal.
Sure, it's good berries.
Take your inspiration, sir.
Personally, I prefer bananas and pulls out a wand that has banana on it. But that's just me. Puts and
Look.
like does magic, sleight of hand, and it vanishes again.
First off, if it shoots an arrow, I can fire it. But also, we need some bananas for everyone.
I mean, the banana phone, and then he pulls it back and sleight of hands it back out, or actual bananas, and a bushel, and then, like a bunch of bananas appears in his other hand.
What's a banana?
It's a tropical fruit.
Trust me, you would enjoy it.
Hey, he hands him to Bael. I do right now in my stock have both a +1 light crossbow and a +1 longbow.
He just takes a bite out of it without pulling it. He doesn't know about it.
Look, Baal, you need to
I
take the
reach over and I
wrapper
help.
off of it. Please help him.
I reach
someone.
over and I help
Oh
Bael
my
peel
God.
the banana, and it's like you just eat this part.
No.
This
As
outer part's garbage.
like right when you go to reach, you feel you sense this invisible mage hand just peeling the banana. Now you can eat it. Jesus. Do you interested in the light crossbow, the longbow? Make a deal.
I tossed a pill like at a random person by accident in our group.
Look, this isn't Mario Kart. We're not trying to knock them out.
Take your point of inspiration. I go crazy for Mario Kart references. But seriously, I have one of each. Last
Well,
one I have.
Tell me about both of them.
Well, the light crossbow is the one-handed reloading crossbow that you're familiar with. And then obviously you're familiar with the longbow. I see you have one on you. This one just hits a little bit more accurately. It's a little bit more well-made.
And how much does that longbow cost?
400 gold.
I think I want that.
All right. You gonna buy it?
I don't know. The
Yes.
banana tastes
Yeah.
better with the peel.
Of course it does too, Dragonborn. All right. So that is one long plus one longbow taken out of the inventory. You can add it to your thing. Also in terms of weapons, I don't know if anybody's interested in this. And he pulls out this long sword and immediately just feel like it really, really cold in the room. So this is a Frost brand. And
Swear, if you said Frostmorn, I was gonna punch you in your damn face.
it puts out non-magical flames and does extra like cold damage when you hit it, or so I've been told. This is the only one I've come across in recent times here in Valerian. They're getting rarer. See, anything else in terms of weapons?
Promathus, may I see that pistol?
Absolutely. And I pull the pistol from my backpack and I hand it to Bryn.
Do you have anything else like this, or maybe ammunition for it?
That I haven't seen one of in a very long time. I might have ammo for it somewhere. The person who made them originally and then carried on the traditions no longer resides on this continent.
Where are they?
That I don't know. They ran off a while ago.
And their name?
That is privileged information. I'm sorry.
I'll pull out 20 gold.
Look, I don't want to be rude. I have one of the most powerful mages still left that is not killed by or controlled by the Mage Emperor. You're not going to bribe me to give out information like that.
If you're one of the most powerful mages left that isn't controlled by the Emperor, you sound like exactly the kind of person we need to talk to.
I
We
look
can
to
have plenty of
Alvin.
conversations like that after you buy stuff.
I look to Alvin and I say, "Can you hand me that wizard's spell book?"
I don't have the spell book.
I'll hand it to you.
Oh, it's Bryn who has it. Okay. I thought it was Bryn who had the spell book. And I take the spell book and I open it to where it states the name.
Okay.
And then I gingerly and non-aggressively unsheath my sword and show him what is written on the blade. Powerful mage, you say?
Yes.
It seems our paths were fated to cross long before we came down here.
That is a name I have not seen in a very long time.
Do you know him? Well, of course I know him. He's me.
Yeah.
Please?
I mean, in a past life, yes, I knew him. In a manner of speaking. If you don't mind, though, I would like my other books I thought lost time back.
What's it worth to you?
Me not casting Meteor Swarm inside a 40 by 40 room.
We want your help, though.
We need your help.
And yes, we'll buy things first.
That's what I like to hear. Would you like to hear about my armor selections?
Yeah.
Certainly.
I'm more interested in your cloak selections, my friend.
Before we move on, though, did you have any other weapons?
I'm standing there still eating the bananas quiet.
I have a short sword that I have no idea what it does.
That sounds rather interesting. However, not quite in my wheelhouse. Any staves, perhaps?
I do have one. But it is the first one I've come across in quite some time. It's a quarterstaff of warning.
What does it do?
Essentially, as long as anyone's actively wielding it, you can't be surprised or incapacitated. You or any ally within 30 feet. And it apparently, if you know the command word, it can wake anybody up if danger comes within the same range.
Ah, but you said you're probably not willing to part with it, yes?
It's the only warning weapon I've come across since the rise of this empire. I would be willing to part with it for probably 8,000 gold.
That's when
I
you took on a
see.
banana.
I'll have to keep that in mind for later.
Sorry. You did say armor, right?
Yeah, what do you have?
I have, and he goes over to the other side of the room where the armors are, and he kind of throws them off the shelf. Leather armor with psychic resistance, leather armor with force resistance, chain shirt with frost resistance, chain shirt with force resistance, and some plate armor with cold resistance. Now the armor kind of like is on the floor. Yes, I think that's it.
Leather with psychic, how much?
The leather was psychic? I'd be willing to part with that for 2,000.
And just out of curiosity, the plate armor with cold resistance?
That would be 3,200.
Now, we're returning these books to you that you thought were lost to time. Do you think you could give us any type of discount? We're a newer adventuring party. Not that we don't respect your prices and you're running a business, but I mean a little give and take.
I mean, we did haul them all the way from the ruins outside of Valzy.
How much did I say for the leather armor with psychic resistance?
I believe you had stated 2,000.
No, you're right. You're right. You do have something of immense value to my continued research.
Isn't knowledge priceless?
That is true. By the way, Royce, did you take out your 400 gold already?
I'm about to.
Okay. Take out 200. It gives you 200 of it back. How about I knock everything half off and you give me those books back?
Is that a one-time half off or?
Would you be willing to explain some of the contents of the books,
Of course.
then absolutely, I think that's a fair deal.
I think so. Well, if it's half off, I suppose I'll take that glaive.
All right. It's gonna be 200 gold.
Sounds fair. Thank you.
All right, out of game, how much gold should we have in terms of a total?
Depends on what you started with, but it should be about
Like
seven-
700 something.
750-ish.
Okay.
Do you happen to have anything for? She looks down at, her plain clothing. Maybe those of us who can't wear armor.
Like, why can I not actually think of this item?
Like a ring of protection, a cloak of protection.
Yeah, I would be interested in any cloaks or amulets of anything smaller that might give us a boon.
Let me think about what I actually have in terms of my cloak stock. I know I have a cloak of elven kind, but I believe I can see you already have one. My sight is not what it once was in terms of magical items.
Dear friend, you're mistaken. I am the one with the cloak. This man does not have one.
He has true sight.
Don't
He sees
be
through people.
foolish.
He sees through people, and it lights up magical items.
So has he
He is
seen?
insane.
Has he seen what is
gave
written on
me
my
the cloak
sword?
of
Oh
elven
yeah, he
kind.
saw it through the sheath, dude.
So right. In the tavern, Prom gave me the cloak of elven kind.
Yeah.
He does not have it, so.
I know.
Does
no,
he
was looking.
also see through? Does he also see through bags of holding and
Yes.
backpacks of belonging?
Uh-huh.
That's good to know.
Yep.
Good to know.
Above
He's-
game. Go ahead.
I was going to say, just in a connecting way, he's the one, we know now he's the one who made the bag. So if there's anybody who could see inside of it, it's probably the creator. Go ahead.
So that book that we just gave him, that's the one that had commune in it, right? It had like cleric
Yes.
spells in it.
Yeah.
By any chance, do you have any scrolls that I could cast as a ritual?
Maybe not as a ritual. I do still have some spell scrolls around here. Is there anything specific you're looking for?
Above game, I was looking for rituals to add to my book.
I'm thinking about a scroll as well. If you happen to have a scroll of sending, I'm trying to get a message to someone.
I too need to send a message to somebody.
I do actually have 2 scrolls of sending.
How much for those?
So we agreed half price, so normally they'd be 48, so 24 each. If you're buying 2, let's make it 20, so 40 total.
40
gold for 2 scrolls
Gold.
of sending.
Alvin, you've been kind to me and you've dealt with a lot. I'll split the cost of yours.
Okay. 20 each?
So,
Or 10 each for one?
Now,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. That book had the hut in it too, didn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, but he's already, out of game. He did agree to share and elaborate on the information.
I'm not
in the
taking back.
books.
I'm just making sure that I'm like writing stuff down out of my inventory.
Yeah.
That's all.
And sorry, sending is a 3rd level.
Should be.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be, yes.
No, just asking.
Yeah, I don't remember if it's the 2nd or 3rd level, but he kind of walks over to this rack and it's like, no, that's not magical. That's not like I do have 1 cloak of protection.
And how much?
Oh, bother. I did agree to half price. Was it 440 gold?
She looks over at Prom. Did you asked about cloaks first?
I could definitely use something to soften the blows of our enemies. But if you need some more protection, then you need some more protection.
I mean, I have my spell, but other than that,
You're a monk, aren't you?
I am.
Give me 1 minute. And go back behind the counter and kind of like vanish out of sight really quickly. Comes back with another cloak. I don't know if you have the gold for this. It's 1,200 gold. It's my half price off. But this is a cloak of displacement.
How much does Prometheus have?
I am at 584 gold and 3 platinum.
That's what, 1,200?
I can lend you 3.
I'd rather not take any debts. But
Or you could
it is
just take
good.
it.
I wouldn't want to raid your coffers.
How much did you say you have?
514 gold.
The 3 of us, I'll say, motioning to me, Bale, and Prometheus, that we've been traveling together for a little while now, and you do a good job of protecting us. I'm sure that neither one of us would mind helping you.
I'm just trying to out of game. I'm just trying to see what I have in my backpack that I can potentially, trade to soften that price a little bit.
I pull out my flame tongue dagger. Obviously, you already know that I have this on my person, but you also can tell it's of little use to me. I've used it one whole time.
Look,
Yes.
Lion King, if you need some extra gold, I have some too.
Can I counter Lucy and put 2 of daggers on the counter and my crossbow and take back the flame tongue?
So you take both flame tongue daggers and you're trading him 2
regular I have a flame tongue dagger, and so did Lucy.
I mean, if we're being honest, it's been a very long time since I've enchanted anything to make it worthwhile again. Regular items don't really have much value to me anymore.
I'll put the other dagger on the counter as well.
Both flame tongues?
Yeah.
I'd do that trade. 2 daggers I can sell for 400 gold each for an 800.
What about potions?
He
Oh, yeah.
he puts his
Pull out.
hand. He walks over to the counter and puts his hand on it, and it like the front of it like changes, and there is just a wall of potions at the counter.
Uh-oh, prom's in heaven.
I think he may have sprayed a little.
You just see my character lick his lips like, cannot wait. Like,
Actually,
oh,
you know what?
all
You know
the
what?
finest elixirs.
Both
This is like
daggers,
catnip.
both daggers, and 250 gold.
Deal.
All right.
This is like catnip to Promathus.
Take your point of inspiration.
Thank you, sir.
I also pay my 440 gold then for the cloak.
All right.
There is something I need that you might have.
Yes.
Ink.
Magical ink.
You got it.
Yes, I do actually.
How much is that?
It's 50 gold an ounce.
And
Half 25.
And I don't. How much would it be to record a spell, like above game? How much is it to record a spell into my
So
book?
it's essentially an ink vial per spell level.
And
75
20
for level 3.
Yeah.
And 25 for each. You said, right?
25. It's essentially one inkwell per spell level. Yeah.
Also above game, how difficult is it going to be for me to cast this sending spell from the scroll?
What's your arcana?
Just a +1, not proficient.
Not super difficult because you only need to roll 13 arcana.
Would it be possible if I get a powerful spellcaster such as Present Company, could he help cast it for me? So I still send the message, but
out of game, if you don't know the person you're sending the spell to specifically,
I
like
do.
Yeah. No, like the person who casts it.
Oh, okay.
So if you ask Willem to cast it, they roll a D100, and there is a chance that the message doesn't get there.
Okay. So basically,
there is a 100% chance if you roll
Yeah.
over 13 that the message gets through versus a 75% chance the message gets through with him. So the math actually is pretty even, but
yeah. So basically, I have to choose between if he casts it, the spell definitely happens, but there's a chance the message doesn't go through.
Correct.
Versus if I cast it, there's a chance the spell just doesn't happen. But
Right.
if it does happen, the message definitely goes through.
Yeah. Also, it's in whoever's cast it voice, so if they don't recognize the voice, they might not reply to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, also being a wizard, he could probably voice change him to sound like us.
No, that's okay. I'd like to do it. I'd like to do it myself. I would just be interested in finding a way to make it easier.
It's true.
Now, out of above game, if I can give the caster the direct location, like the exact location of the person on a map, and then
I don't know it.
Subsequent, like even more locale, like this is the location you are looking for type deal.
So
it goes up. Yeah.
Above game, I'm trying to contact my mother. I don't know where she is, but I obviously know her.
Yeah, whereas I'm trying to contact my brother and I know exactly where he is.
Yeah.
Like
so it would make more sense for you to give the scroll to Willem and have him cast it.
Yeah.
Then
I might just have to roll the dice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
I love that.
I'm gonna spend 400 gold on ink.
Okay.
So I have 16 ink vials, correct?
Yes.
I would like to ask our dear friend Sawyer.
Excuse me, bananas are good.
Oh, please.
Do you have any books that record alchemical recipes that have a veritable number of said recipes.
Not in my possession.
And I look around at some of the impressive magical weapons that he has available, and I
Yeah.
say, this is a very impressive display. Do you make these yourself or acquire them from others?
Once upon a time, I made things like this myself. But, now that magic can essentially be tracked by the Mage Guard, I haven't really brought back my full capabilities. I've been trying to keep it underground, so to speak.
Do you ever find yourself in need of a smith? I've been told I'm good. And I'll pull out my old glaive, not the one I just bought from him, but my original one, and I'll show it to him. I made it myself.
If I ever started making things again, I'd absolutely love somebody.
Just keep
My
in mind.
question is not about any items you possess, but clearly you know what I hold in my hand. And I show him the Delathon's host. I need you to tell me more about this weapon. About the
First
one
of
who
all,
created it.
Books on the counter, please. And second
And
off,
I look to Alvin.
can I interest anybody in any of my array of potions?
So I'll take all the books and put them on the counter. As
Excellent,
instructed.
thank you.
I'm just worried. I'm just looking for a good shield and a mace.
Do we put the ledger there too?
Yeah, he already has the ledger. So first of all, I think I owe a little explanation to why I'm. Since it's clear you found books that reference my past as a explorer of artifact items of extraordinary power. Rainin, the Mage Emperor, unbeknownst to me and several other people, before he made his power move, raised a bunch of mages from birth as his personal attack dogs. The Sect Augustus. I will put it in chat for you guys. Latas. And they can track magic and drove me and several other people to their death, or so they think. As for your weapon, you better hope it's the real one. Copper dragons can be known to be tricky. Especially the primal ancient variety.
And what is there a way to tell?
Unfortunately, they magically locked the blades where I can't tell the real one from the duplicates.
And what are the difference between the duplicates and the real one?
The real one can empower itself into what we sometimes refer as the primal state. Sometimes people call it an exalted state, where it becomes an extremely powerful weapon in the hands of someone who's activated it. I never truly understood how to unlock them, to be completely honest.
I say to Willem, I have to believe that this is the real one.
Yes.
And my spirit guide didn't send me on this path for its own amusement. If there's one thing I have been told throughout my time in this world, it's that dragons do not consider the lives of mortals in any regard. But I have to find out why.
Don't blame you, to be honest.
And then I put the blade back into its sheath. And
Above game, can I just get a list of the potions that are available again? I think I was messing with my inventory.
He never said what potions are available.
Oh, okay.
I
thought I missed it. Sorry.
No, Willem. I have like one of everything right now, really.
Well, also above game, I don't know what everything is.
So, I mean, I have regular potions of healing. I have greater potions of healing. I have 2 superiors. I have a supreme.
I'm posting a list.
Huh?
I'm gonna post a link to a list.
I've been told to inform Kaz, don't die.
No, who's ever saying that, you should probably tell that to me.
Please donate bits and give him inspiration so he doesn't die again. Yeah, pretty much it.
How much is a potion of water breathing?
20 gold.
Can I have 7 of those, please?
I have 3.
I'll take them.
All right.
Can you teach me how to make them?
Well, I was gonna say I have an herbalism kit, so now that I have one, am I able to make it?
If you find the right ingredients, you can replicate it.
Can you?
Being proficient with the herbalism kit, can I find out what the ingredients are? It's kind of what I mean.
Willem can tell you what the ingredients are, and you can try and make an intelligence check to memorize them.
Yeah, let's do that.
Can I also listen?
Yeah, you can also listen.
Just intelligence?
Yeah. With advantage because you have an herbalism kit, without advantage for prom.
14.
Okay.
That is a 19 for me.
You guys are both pretty confident you know what to look for now.
You said 20 apiece, right?
Yes.
I pull out the scales from the snake beast.
Mm-hmm.
And I say to Sawyer, what can you tell me about these? I harvested them off of some kind of snake claimed to be the avatar of a god.
I mean, they are interesting. Not sure what I could make out of them. I'd give you guys 200 store credit for the 4 of them.
They may be worth holding on to. Another use may present itself eventually.
I don't see where. If there's one person who could make use of these scales, I think it would be our friend here.
That's fair. Up to you.
I'm just standing there, quiet, leaning up
Did
against
you
the wall.
did you have any rings, my friend?
Once you guys have dipped your toes in the water a little bit more into this world, we'll talk again.
I have another question that's not about your inventory.
Yes.
What do you know about the Whispered One?
Vecna.
That's another name he goes by, yes.
It's the name I know him by. What do you want to know?
He's back.
Ooh, this should get exciting.
With some weird glowing eye
Mm-hmm.
and green hand.
Oh, he
unlike
has
I've
his
ever
eye
seen.
and hand back. This is going to be fantastic.
And then Prometheus here mentioned about the Night Raven to him before he just vanished. He got a concerned look.
I simply told him the truth. The raven always gets her due.
It is funny how he tries to hop from material plane to material plane, hoping that somehow an avatar of death is not on it.
So, Vecna's back, as you've been filled in,
Yes.
with both the eye and the hand, as we've said.
Yes.
Any advice?
Get good.
I mean, do you want my honest advice, or do you want the advice I would tell heroes?
Don't sugarcoat it.
I'm going to respond. I ain't no hero. Pay me.
My honest opinion of this situation is if Vecna's here, and he has his eye, and he has his hand, and he has a church worshipping him, at some point he's going to ascend.
And that would be bad, I
Yes.
assume.
That would make him a god. An omnipotent god.
And is there any way to stop him before that happens?
And for you all, not currently. The only good news you have going for you is the Mage Emperor probably doesn't want that to happen either.
And how do we make sure the Mage Emperor knows that he's back?
He can track
As
magic.
far as-
Everything Vecna does, he knows. To a
Okay.
certain extent. He'll figure it out sooner or later. He's pretends to be smart, at least.
Well, that's good to know, at least. Getting an audience with him would not have been easy.
Downright impossible, actually.
Well, if the information we have for him is information he already should know, then we can skip that part.
Or what does the Mage Emperor want most out of anything?
Absolute control.
So how do you suppose we use that to our advantage?
I mean, it depends how much of crafty bastards you all want to be, to be frank about it.
I think we're pretty crafty.
Deliver him Al Ghul and you can get him to do whatever you want.
And what is Al Ghul?
The other continent, the other empire.
Okay.
The thing stopping him from owning this entire island chain, the ruins of the first ones. everything he wants that could give him power.
If we convince him that we're able to do this, do you think he'll give us assistance in terms of magical means?
You wouldn't get close enough to ask that question right now.
The question is, if we help him do this, how do we stop him afterwards?
Yeah, that seems to be the big question.
That
I
would
would
be the
not trade
problem.
one tyrant for another.
I might if the one we're stopping is Vecna. But I agree, it's a worst case scenario.
Yes. I don't want to deviate from the subjects, but are there any other potions you all are interested in before I close this case back up?
I'll take a greater healing potion.
All right. Simple enough.
Do you have any potions of heroism?
That is 40 gold on the potion of greater healing. I looked it up earlier. I have a magic shop calculator and it doesn't have it on it, and I have to look it back up and then reverse engineer it. I have 2.
How much are those?
At half price, like we said for the books, 150 gold apiece.
The 200 credit.
It'd be
I'll
100
get one of
gold.
those.
One? Okay.
I'll get
And
the
then
other one.
Okay.
And make sure that we use the rest of the credit for Bren.
So that's 100 gold between the two of you for the 2 potions.
Perfect.
If you guys
Yeah,
want to split it.
Yeah, and then
Oh, so 50 each?
Yeah, because he had the 200
Yeah.
credit from trading in the scales.
yeah, so we'll split it.
Thanks.
And what
We're
was
a
that,
party.
Alvin?
No, I deducted 40 for the greater
Oh.
healing.
Gotcha.
Do you have any potions of mind reading?
Yes, I have 1.
How much?
150 gold. Not easy to come across
Done.
Mind Flare tentacles.
Of course. Done.
100. Alright.
Now, could you teach me to make a potion of heroism? Show me what to look for.
Certainly. And he pulls out this kind of like thrown together, like tied with leather, like strips of leather kind of like book, and turns to a page, and he holds his hand out over it and casts a spell, and it decrypts the page, and you can read it. So make an intelligence check to make sure you...
I'm going to use a DM inspiration on that one. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. That's an 18.
Yeah, you're able to learn it. It takes 8 days to craft. It is 300 gold worth of materials. And the ability check is a DC 17. But you have advantage because you have alchemy supplies.
Potion of resistance?
What type of resistance?
Do I
ways.
have to choose?
Do I
believe-
have to make you choose?
So, from what the out of game,
Yeah.
potion of resistance, just because I have the list up here.
It is a certain type of
DM
damage you have to
uses.
pick. Yeah. You have to pick.
Do you have more than one of different kinds? Like, could I do a fire, cold?
I have. Let me look. And he kind of like gets down at the counter and kind of glares in. And I have like. I only have one, and it's for force damage.
Okay. How much is that?
That's 40 gold.
Sure.
All right.
Now, I have two questions for you, Willem, of a personal nature. So I will let others finish their bit. If anyone has any other business with you,
I will say
I will let them continue.
I will save an item for you until next time for this blood hunter of yours. He walks over to the weapons and grabs it, and it is the most immaculately crafted mace you have ever seen. When you guys get a little bit more dough, you can come back and get this one. How about that? This is a masterworked, aka +3 mace.
And how much would we need for something of that caliber?
Half price? Probably close to 4,000 gold.
Can't afford that.
We'll be back.
You can
I'll
nowadays, to be fair.
I'll be back for that plate armor as well.
Now, you all asked, and he walks back over to the counter, and you see him cast a spell over the books, and they gain pages. Like, they plump up. Things. You all had questions, didn't you?
We did. And I'm guessing you might have answers.
I see your reaction. I'm a mage and I like fucking around with people. What can I say?
So, the first question is, I'm looking for my father, and I'm hoping you can help me locate him. The last place we know he was at was Astun.
Do you have... Wait a minute. That sword... He wielded it at some point, right?
He did.
The name is on the scabbard, not the actual blade.
It is.
Do you want me to try and find him?
I need you to. And I hand him the scabbard.
Okay. He is going to ritual cast scrying. So it's a +5 to the save modifier because he has only secondhand heard of the target, as you described him. But he does also get a -4, so it ends up being a +1.
Can you give him a guidance on it?
Yeah, you can give him guidance. No, because it's the other person on the other end making the save.
No, I give Willem guidance.
No, the other person is making the
Yeah,
save, not
it
Willem.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
it's a spell save.
Can we use the banana phone to reach out and touch him?
No, because it's 250 feet. So that is a 15 plus 2 is 17 plus 1, which does not beat Willem's spell save DC. So you see his eyes roll back completely white. Just kind of standing there. Comes back after just a couple minutes. Hands you the sword back. You're not going to like the answer.
Rarely do I ever.
Scrying, we vaguely have a physical connection, so we know where the person is. We travel, our minds physically travel through the plane to that location through the clouds. He's outside a city I knew once. In the mountains outside Astun. Excavating a ruins site in a chain gang.
So he's a prisoner.
More like a slave from what I saw.
See me clutch my sword tightly. Clench my teeth.
I place my hand on Prom's shoulder.
Sam,
We'll find him.
we don't need anger. Anger is what gets you killed. Or kill.
Also, at least we know the bitch didn't lie.
Red-headed pirate chick.
I knew a couple of those back in my day.
That you did.
A Captain Simber.
Interesting.
Look, anger leads to hate, young one. Stop it.
Hate leads to fear. Fear leads
Do
to
you need your
dark
belly
side.
rubbed?
Suffering.
Do you need your belly rubbed?
But you all messed it
Thank
up.
you, Right.
I know I
Fear
did.
leads to anger.
Or
Anger leads to hate.
and
Hate
hate leads to
leads to the dark
Suffering.
side.
No, hate
Now
leads to
finish it.
Suffering.
Now finish it.
Wait. Hate leads to suffering.
do it.
And suffering leads to the dark
No.
side.
No.
It's fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. ... I sense much fear in you. And that's all that needs to be said.
Yeah.
The dark side's had cookies, nerds. Let's go.
Also,
It's
once
true.
you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny.
Very true.
Yes.
All right. I would like to try this sending scroll.
All right.
Would someone like to give me guidance?
I do.
All right.
How about I
She beat
assist
me.
you reading the arcane runes? Which
Oh,
will give
yeah,
you
please.
advantage on the roll since I am proficient in Arcana.
Oh, you're very kind. Thank you. That's double 19s natural, so I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, you can send a 25-word message.
All right.
Hello, are you pooping?
You pooping?
Hello, it's Jester. You pooping?
No.
No. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I actually gotta be back in 10 seconds and answer a
Alright.
question while he's thinking what he wants to say.
Good job, Prom. Good job.
No,
Prom.
I've got it.
Good
I've got
job.
it written out. I was just trying to get it on the screen at the same time as my Discord. So I'll wait for Rai to get back.
Did you get my reply there, Roche?
Yeah. No. I got you. I just couldn't respond while paying attention. I'm not that good sometimes.
Also, I like the new name, the new alias. Out of game, the
Whose?
new alias is good.
Mine?
No, it's for some of the Friday players. The new alias, they'll understand what I'm talking about.
Do you have your 25
all right.
words?
Yes.
By the
Alright.
way, I do want to
Hang
tell
on.
you, Rai, I used to work for Walt Disney World.
Okay. You still
I
butcher
said
Alright,
that
Disney
quote?
shirt, bro.
So
No wonder you got
25
fired.
words.
Okay.
So I cast a spell and I say, Mom, it's Alvin. Are you safe? Where are you? Dad's dead. Eleanor's okay, but she ran off. I'm okay. Scavo's dead, but it's still dangerous.
It's a loaded message.
Sure is.
Okay.
I use my 25 words efficiently.
You did, actually. This is very efficient.
Because I only have the one scroll.
That is true. And you do not hear anything back.
Okay.
I'm visibly distraught at not hearing anything back, but I'm not sure what to make of that.
Could be in the middle of something.
She could be. There's no way to know. But I'm fearing the worst.
I put my hand on Alvin's shoulder and I say, we will find our families.
I don't even know who the hell my family is. And that's the first time you hear him swear a little.
Yeah.
Night. After Alvin is finished his ritual, I asked Willem if he could use the scroll I purchased to send a message to my brother, and I, point exactly out where, my tribe is living on the world map and kind of give him a...
What do you want me to say?
Don't be alarmed. That I've been gone so long.
9.
I am 11. Tracking a lead on father's location.
You can reply to this message.
Yeah, I was like, there's more hands.
I knew I was forgetting something.
Fuck.
I know I've been gone long, and it will be longer, but I will come home.
It's 25.
And that's it.
Oh, wait. Yeah, he's using the spell scroll, but it's in his repertoire. That is a 004, so that will fucking work. See him sitting there for a minute. Standing there. Kind of tilts his head to one side. I'm glad to hear you're still alive. Do what you must. Come home when you're ready.
Hey, Prom, me and Lucy brought you some friends. We figured y'all all share 9 lives.
And this one's Phoenix, so I guess technically you get a 10th.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, you all did say you had questions about the book.
We did.
Period. By the way, I have no use for this. Did you want this back? And he holds out the spell book.
Before he can even finish what he's saying, I snatched it from him.
That's what I think.
I have one question before we get into the books, dear
Okay.
Sawyer.
Okay. You can call me
Can
by
you
my real
teach-
name. You assumed it by now. Let's be real.
But Sawyer is such a great sounding name.
That's true. It's
And
why I
it ruins
picked
the
it.
alliteration of your marvelous shop.
Yeah, fair. Alliteration is important.
It is.
Could always went with Leroy.
Can you teach me how to
Jenkins.
craft on and distill magical ink?
No. The process requires actual spell slots to be expended when crafting the ink.
So could you teach me
Are you proficient with alchemist supplies?
with my herbalism kit?
Then no. You'd have a difficult time replicating it, unfortunately. Out of game, you'd be rolling with disadvantage every time you tried to craft it.
So what we need is somebody with spell slots and alchemist supplies.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks
Yeah.
like I need to either gain a feat somehow mystically, or
Looks like a multi-classing into wizard.
I mean, or one of the spellcasters increases their intelligence,
Also true.
which might be easier.
I mean, I wish it were a simpler process, but it is why it is expensive.
Um,
I have
Sorry, go ahead.
alchemist tools and spell slots.
Boom.
Boom. You want to learn how to make some magical ink?
Might as well be useful somehow.
Alright, motions you over to the counter, and you need to make an intelligence check to make sure that you could replicate the process.
can I assist him in the learning as an alchemist, even though I cannot
Yeah,
necessarily
if
replicate
you
it?
assist him with alchemist tools, he would have advantage on the roll. So you're rolling twice, Tomash.
Got a 23.
That'll do it. That'll play. You now know how to craft magical ink.
coming in clutch.
Hell
Dream
yeah.
team, baby.
You guys have it all covered except for naval ships.
For now,
Yeah, it's true.
but who
Well,
needs
look, I'm
naval
proficient
ships
with
when you have
land
flying
vehicles,
ships?
So how different can they really be?
Taya with the regular ship in the
I
Friday
just heard
campaign,
we were
and you with
getting
the
a
flying
flying
ship in
ship.
this one.
I heard we were getting a flying ship, and I was all on board.
You said that when he waved his hand over the books that they got a little bit plumper.
They went from like pages to like pages.
What about the one you gave back to me?
No. That was just his backup spell book that he has some extra necessary spells in. Now you can write magical messages like Harry Potter. Not quite, AJ, but close.
I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good.
Mischief managed.
All of a sudden,
Reveal.
fireworks appear across the top of the shop. Dancing lights, cantrips, just all over the place.
So all of these items in your books, what are they? And why you seem to have devoted a large portion of your life to seeking them out?
This life, yes. For the lack of a better word, for whatever reason, this material plane was the playground in a long forgotten age of multiple of the gods and their champions. And so when the Age of Heroes ended, when Tiamat and Bahamut came, which is what we would call our creation, or the elves would call the creation myth, they left buried ruins and secrets of this age, as well as artifacts that the gods and Tiamat and Bahamut touched during that period. And then other mages were attracted here, liches were attracted here, and they created their own artifacts to try to match the power of these things. And so, as someone who liked exploring and diving into these places and making a lot of money, I went after these
So I have a question.
and researched them and found them. Well, a lot of them. Yes.
Where's the true dragon god during this whole Tiamat invasion?
I assume you're talking about Io. Io had 3 children.
I thought he had more than that.
Well, it's possible. What I found through research is he had what we would call Tiamat and Bahamut, and then the head of the gem dragons. But he only sent, from what I understand, Tiamat and Bahamut here, and it was after they cleaned up this Age of Heroes, that Age of Gods, really, that once they were dealt with is when Tiamat made her power play. So I have no idea what he was thinking or where he's been, but he did set in motion several things.
So, do you know who the children are of Ios other than Tiamat?
Not through my travels. I mean, Bahamut, obviously, as well, but through my travels, no. I was only interested in gods that visited this plane and touched artifacts, really, at the end of the day.
Now, you mentioned something about where my father was that I think might be relevant. They were excavating ruins of the first ones, you called them.
Yes.
Would I be right in concluding that the first ones were these champions, these gods?
Yes. That would be a correct assumption.
So wherever he is, they clearly have an interest in the ruins there.
Both empires, rightfully and wrongfully, and we'll get to the second point in a second, rightfully assume that these ruins of the first ones contain these artifacts of this age, and that giving them to their heroes is how they win this war that's about to happen. However, they're about to find out that I've taken most of them through my years. Now, I probably have missed some. I know I have, but
So, would I be wrong in thinking that wherever my father is, there might lay an object of power, some kind of artifact from this age?
yes, that would be a very good assumption.
And you would have interest in that artifact if we found it.
Very much so. That is if you guys don't want to keep it for yourselves when you find it.
Well, I'm
Cheaper
sure
than
you
buying
would.
it.
I'm sure you would still would like a quick study of said artifact.
Absolutely.
We do always need to check the we have to make sure that they are in fact what they claim to be. As you've
Yes.
said to us before, with my very blade could be a duplicate.
Yes. That's a very good point.
You know, these things really should just come with a certificate of authenticity. It would make this so much easier.
God, yes it would. But then I'd be out of a job, wouldn't I?
Not if you forge those too.
Ooh. That's a
Speaking of
brilliant idea.
speaking of forging, and I'll ask Bael for his paperwork. This says that he's a tiefling.
Yes.
Can you make it say what he really is?
Or better yet, can you give him a way to turn himself into a tiefling at will?
Mm-hmm. One, you're going to be better off with people thinking he's a blue tiefling in the Empire. Let's be real here.
Yeah, but the snout dish gives it away that I'm not.
Yeah, that's very true. Walks over to the coat section and kind of rummages around in a pile of clothes on the floor underneath it. Pulls out a extremely similar looking ugly hat to the one Lucy has.
Marvelous.
How much would something like that cost?
I have absolutely no use for it. I'd let it go for 90 gold.
And also, what shields do you have?
Unfortunately, I don't have any right now.
Okay.
Items are hard to come by nowadays, guys, unfortunately. I used to have
And you said-
hundreds, if not thousands, of items for anybody who walked in to go through, and those days are just behind me.
And you said that mace was what, 4K?
Yes, the +3 one.
How long have we been in the shop?
You have no idea.
Damn. So
time
out of
here is
game.
time here is also a weird soup.
Yeah, that
It's
is
a little
time.
more of a
Time
weird,
in
wobbly,
Willem's shop
timey-wimey.
is a legit weird soup.
I hand over the gold.
Do I know the
Okay.
time though? Of all people here.
No, you don't actually, which is very confusing to you.
Has my cloak attuned?
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, spoiler alert, anything you put on it in Willem's shop, because time works differently here, attunes, if it requires attunement.
Does the hat require?
Yes.
All right, did you add it for me?
I did not add it for you. I can. You give me a second. As I
Maybe I
continue to
typed
talk
in
in
the wrong
Willem
thing.
voice when I'm not voicing Willem. It's just
I'd
second
probably
nature
type in
by
the
now.
wrong thing and add it, and I'll turn myself into a kobold on
Alright.
a pole dancer.
What about pole
Okay.
dancer? That sounds interesting. It is now in your equipments and attunes. So you can now cast Disguise Self on yourself, turn yourself into a blue tiefling whenever you need to.
So I say to Willem, given what you saw, where would you think, and what do you think those ruins are?
He's gonna have to make a history check. He is proficient, so he is. Yes.
You didn't give Willem the keen mind feat?
The Keen Mind only absolutely memorizes facts that you've learned in the last
30
30
days.
days.
Oof.
So he does have actually above max intelligence. So and with advantage, that is an 11 plus 10 because he has proficiency, so it's a 21. Yeah, he's a level 20 wizard, guys. He gets crazy things. Honestly, those ruins could be several things from the Age of Heroes. You could be looking at an entrance to the Underdark that was guarded by the servants of Torog. You could be looking at a maze created by Therazadun, the god of madness. Could be an entrance to the realms of death. Could be something from Moradin, who was the god of creation, Horde, the god of strength. Could be a lair to Loth. You're looking at several different things that those mount ruins could be. That's why I actually never went there.
Above game, we're talking about the ruins where his father is.
That he's in the chain gang / slave group mining out in outside
Astun.
Astun. Yes.
Working on the chain gang.
Digging in a coal mine. Sorry.
Now that we've had some transactions, do you think we could discuss maybe getting us to somewhere else besides Zaron?
I mean, where would you want to go?
I'll turn to Promathus and say, Astun.
Probably Astun, yeah.
That's the last place we knew he was.
I will warn you. As bad as things are in the Valerian Empire, the Algulan Empire is worse. There is slavery and torture and death, as you well know from what I've told you.
If my father is there, trapped as a slave, I can't let him waste away.
And if Prom is going, then I am going. I owe him that much.
All right. Are you all sure about this? You all agree? That's Willem asking, by the way. Tomasz Race, you good with that?
Perfectly fine with me. I'll follow these knuckleheads wherever they go.
I'll follow these shitheads wherever they go. Okay. I mean, I don't see why not. I cannot believe you guys only really had one legitimate question about these books.
Well,
Oh.
other than the fact that the items that were already sold,
Good times.
like he mentions about the armor.
Yeah. That was
What
a
else?
weird day.
And something about a death right.
Again, a weird day. Well, weird week, rather.
Weird as in they were all sold to the same people.
Yeah. Spent like 100,000 gold.
They must have been rich.
Yes, they also started a war, so, I mean...
And what
Sound like a ragtag bunch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Were they good?
I mean, they did inadvertently start a war, and most of Valerian was destroyed. I think like 3,000 people died in that. And that was just the first day, so, I mean, you could call them good in a sense, but, I mean...
The paladin.
Anyway, the paladin had a question?
No, never mind.
No, I thought Alvin was gonna say something.
Oh, no, I asked, never mind.
10 out of 10 heroing from chat.
Before we go, I do have a question.
Yes.
I read in a book there's a weapon of IO. I wish to have it or purchase it.
If it comes across my periphery, I'll snatch it up for you.
That book you pulled out, I assume, was a personal collection of recipes and alchemical processes.
I didn't originate it, but yes, it is.
If you ever find the time to copy it out, I would gladly buy a copy of it.
All right.
But my question lies in your confessional. The
Oh.
book in which you state that the elves myth of the world is false.
Yes.
What would that mean for everyone if what we knew was not true?
Well, let me rephrase that a little bit, since I'm not as much of a zealot as I once was. It is true in a sense that this age of this planet started with Tiamat and Bahamut, very much like is described, but it was not an empty place. It had people, and it had gods, and it had heroes. And then when the two wars that happened, and people turned away from the dragon gods and have turned back to these original gods, there have been people that have been interested in digging around these ruins to discover the actual origins. Would the elves be devastated? Probably. Would they understand this new knowledge? Also probably, yes.
Wasn't there a mention of someone trying to say that your selling wares and whatnot is faked?
I mean, yes and no. People have tried to discredit me all the time.
People don't like competition.
Also true. And also, if I don't like them, of course I'm going to sell them fake items.
Glad you like us.
Glad
It's
we
easy
brought
to
you
get on
your
my good
books
side when I
back.
see you walk in here with gold. And my books.
Are there any other books of yours?
I've lost a lot of books over the years, especially when the rise of the Empire happened, but I doubt you'll come across any more of them.
What if we need to get in touch with you again? Do we just come back here, or is there a way we can contact you?
You'll know how to get in touch with me. I'm in most of these sewers.
And on that note, I think we should be ready.
Yep.
Before we leave, I'll just ask him if he can gather some rituals for me that he knows that he thinks I might have some use for, and I'll buy them next time.
All right, I'll rack my brain. He walks over to the counter and grabs a staff and just kind of like taps the floor.
Does a portal open?
I don't know. He's gonna make you figure it out.
I'm gonna run
Looks
towards where he
like
tapped.
dick sometimes. Huh?
I'm gonna run towards where he tapped on the ground.
Nothing happened there.
I'm gonna open the door.
That is not the sewers
There
you
we
walked into.
Yeah. And where is it?
Astun.
Oh, okay. That was convenient.
I'm nothing but convenient. Let's be real.
Well, I hope Jasper's okay. He's a continent away now.
Yeah. I assume Jasper is like a horse of some kind.
A mule, but
It'd be so kind if Alvin, if you could possibly, if Sawyer here can give the bartender a week's worth of whatever.
Well, and he's got all that money from our rooms, which we're never going to use.
I mean, do you want me to collect it?
Why don't you use it to pay for the stables for?
Just make sure the mule's taken care of. And
Don't
speaking of
really
if you'd
leave
be
the
so kind.
sewers, but I can have somebody do it.
I'd
Yeah,
appreciate
just-
that.
All right.
I hand Sawyer / Willem 50 gold and say, this is towards Jasper's, stabling and fees to make sure that he has what he needs.
I do not actually have a map. Astun.
Dun,
Can we have a
dun.
second break?
Yeah, you guys want a second break?
Sure.
And we'll go for like another half hour. You guys can get
Yeah.
established here a little bit. Yeah, so we'll see you guys back here in like 2 minutes. Hurry,
That's
hurry,
what
hurry.
she said.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. I hope it's not what she said. Anyway. Hello. My internet is doing some really weird things. All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Yep.
Excellent. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. I think I figured it out. Gotta make sure we're good. All right. That allowed me time to create a map for Astun. Not that I'm saying I'm not prepared. I just didn't think you guys were getting in Willem's good graces that fast, to be completely honest. So with that, also really random. I literally bought a critical role during our break. Anyway, I saw they had a Mighty Nine Munchkin pre-order, and I was like, I need this.
Shopping addiction.
AJ, I was prepared for them to do like 6 different directions, and they went the 7th direction.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna track down my enslaved father.
Oh man, no, there were just so many like different things that could have happened at the beginning that could have sent you guys in different directions.
This is true.
All right, so welcome to Astun in the Algulan Empire.
So what's it look like?
It is a less built and more carved tunnels in these sewers, carved into the rock here. Yeah, pretty much. And Willem has located you near a ladder that leads up.
I go up the ladder.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll follow.
I'll turn myself into the ugliest blue tiefling. That's why I wear a mask.
Okay.
I mean, the site where if people like the guards stop me, I pull my mask down and I get repulsed right away.
I get it. I get it. Okay.
Is there any sort of race that's more prevalent here?
You were at the fringe, more of the fringes of the Algulan Empire, where you wouldn't really know. You would know that this is one of the only places where, like, for instance, drow are accepted. Like, drow are not looked down upon and like kicked out like they are in the Valerian Empire. So you'll see more of them around. You will actually occasionally see Dragonborn here in the Algulan Empire, although the chromatic ones are still looked down upon. They were not hit as hard by the war on this continent as the other ones, so they're not as negatively affected. Those would be the kind of things you would know.
How about me?
You're kind of an oddity that people wouldn't know what to do with you. In the Valerian Empire, you're seen as this magical being, so naturally they're afraid of anything that's naturally magic. Here, it'd be a little bit more acceptable.
Sweetness.
I'd like to use my shape change and look like one of the drow that were on the ship that we came in on, just like one of the crew members. Nothing,
Okay.
like something indiscreet.
All right. Easily done enough.
And what time of day is it?
It is late afternoon. Royce would know there's only about 2 hours until sunset because time zones.
Should we figure out lodging for tonight?
Yeah.
Because you guys
Before we
hold up.
go out searching for Prom's father in the morning?
4 time zones. So you guys, on top of staying in the shop for a little bit, lost 4 hours of your day.
Also, so are there any notable landmarks we can see? Anything in the city that might give us a direction as to where we are in the city?
You know, you could just ask because I can tell sense of direction too.
That is true.
Oh. Can you find us an inn?
Yeah, but you can tell sense of direction. It doesn't mean you know what the city looks like because you've never been here.
It's true. You guys
Bryn does though, correct?
see walls to your south and to your east. And about this city is very long. It's almost 2 miles long. So about 3/4 of a mile in front of you, there is a castle and a citadel that you would think marks near the center of the city.
What are the buildings around us? Are they like nice buildings or are they kind of crappy?
These are kind of, you would mid-tier here.
Okay.
So this, I did actually have the names of the districts, thank God. This is like the more middle-class, working-class district. This is Stillwater. 5 points if anybody gets the reference.
Is it an almost famous reference?
Yes, it is.
Jeez.
I love that movie.
Still waters run deep.
It's true. So you would think that maybe the castle and things would be city center, but
Okay.
Well, why don't we try to find a place to stay? I think anywhere will do. I don't think anyone's looking for us over
Can we-
here. At least
Yeah,
not
can we
yet.
see where the water is?
not from where you guys currently are within the city.
Okay. Sorry, Alan. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't think anybody is looking for us on this continent, at least not
No.
yet. So
I've-
any inn will do.
Will do. I think the best place we might find an inn, if we, I look at my world map, this city's got to have a port. It's right on the water. So best place to probably find an inn is by the docks.
Let's head that direction then.
So kind of, I start heading towards the castle,
Okay.
like just to try and get like an idea of where try and get a viewpoint on the water.
You would inadvertently run into the more dock worker section of the town going in that direction.
Okay. So and when we inadvertently hit that, we reroute to kind of go along that district and head deeper in there instead of heading towards the
Let's
castle.
look around for a place
Yeah.
to stay. I also have my from my folk hero background. I think I can just get the common people to shelter us.
Also true. Which is great.
If we need to. I think we've got enough money now. We might as well find an inn. But
just to see how much of the city I should describe, everybody makes perception checks for me.
14.
17?
19.
19.
3.
Hey,
22.
Tomash, you're just so taking in all the pretty fire, the pretty lights, the different magical signs. Don't really notice much else. Pretty much everybody else, you all see that this city is very different even from Zaron. The Algulan Empire is different. There are people walking around with, for lack of a better word, slaves, like on chains that they take around to do errands and things. They're working on houses within the cities. This is clearly an issue within the Empire that they have decided not to deal with. And in terms of the slaves, in terms of the non-slaves, it's humans and elves and half-elves and drow. And in terms of the slaves, it's mostly what these people would probably call the lower races that you notice you walking around dwarves and gnomes, some goblins and kobolds.
So the lower races or the shorter races?
Tabaxi. Tabaxi are taller than regular humans, which I just learned today.
Yeah, the other ones you said before were all just short.
Yeah.
Other Leonin, but not clearly of my tribe, but other Leonin.
You would see a couple of the different Leonin tribe.
What kind of dragonborn?
You walk by a couple dragonborn that don't seem to be partaking in this system as you walk through the city. They seem to be walking on their own.
What color are they?
See a gold one. Walk by a red dragonborn. Fairly well armored.
Is it? So, have we found any inns?
I know what you're thinking. No, that was not Archon.
That is what I was thinking.
It's not Archon.
Same.
He's dead. Spoilers. Spoilers
Is
for
it
Friday's
Tiberius
campaign.
Stormwind from Draconia?
Yeah, spoilers. Archon's dead on for by now.
So who killed him?
There's several options.
Probably Vecna to get his arm back.
I think a paladin named Hadley did it.
It's possible. We'll have to find out.
Or a tiefling?
Mm-hmm. Or combination thereof.
Yeah.
What was the other question?
Have we found an inn?
I'm still describing the city and setting the scene. God. As you guys get towards the dock section near the castle, there's also this gigantic mega church. Huge structure. It's covered. You guys couldn't see it because of the buildings and the angles and everything, but it's probably just underneath, about 20 feet, not as tall as the Citadel. And it has this gold, silver inlaid with some type of gemstone to make up this green eye, with just a hand holding up like a sign, but in front of the eye.
One.
Do I recognize that symbol?
You do not, but it does not take you long to infer the symbol of the Whispered One.
I would probably recognize it.
You would absolutely recognize it.
I spit on the ground.
You get looks when you do that.
I pay no mind to them.
But as you guys get towards the docks, after going there and then hearing the docks and noise, and you come to this sign that says "The Far and Away Tavern."
Well, from the beginning of the city to here, I guess it is far and away.
Shall we have a look?
Might as well.
I hold the door open for him.
Are there? Is this a tavern with slaves employed?
Doesn't look to be. There seems to be a single bartender here.
I go up and introduce myself to the bartender.
Older looking elven gentleman. One good eye, for lack of a better word. The other one's kind of pale and blue. Oh yes, good evening. What exactly brings you to Astun?
Well, the seven of us were looking for rooms for the night.
I have one group room available. I also have 3 individual rooms.
How many does the group room hold?
10 normally.
That should be fine.
Alright,
How much?
So it would be 10 gold.
I hand him 10 gold.
Excellent. And he pulls out from underneath the counter and slides a key across.
And what's your name, friend?
I'm Castile.
Nice to meet you. I'm Alvin.
Nice to meet you as well. And the rest of his names are not necessary. I have your payment for the room. we understand that people come into the city to do their business and want some privacy, and so we generally oblige by that.
Understood.
Excellent. Is there anything else I can help you with this evening?
Food.
Yeah, maybe just a meal for this evening.
Right. We do have, because we are obviously a port town, with a lot of fishing
Do
boats.
you have bananas?
Yes, we do.
2 bushels and a
Just,
big jug of milk.
do you have some seared tuna?
That I can do. We do actually have fresh tuna in. We
Rest-
also have a fish stew, if that is more people's speed.
Chef's choice for me. I'm new here.
All right.
I will
Well-
take the tuna.
All right.
What about Tomash, Royce, Bryn, and Lucy?
I'll also have the chef's choice.
All right.
I'll take whatever.
All right.
And once we're sat down at a table, I'll look to Lucy and say, "A promise is a promise," and I'll take out the alchemy jug and I'll pour us 7 glasses of wine.
Baal holds up his hand. No, thank you.
Somebody else will have Bael's.
I'll
And I-
take it.
I pour. I look at him. I say, and
All right.
give him give
So-
me 2.
Above game, it's a gallon of wine, which is about equivalent to 5 normal bottles
Yes.
that you would buy in the supermarket.
Yeah.
So like we're all gonna be able to have 3 or 4 glasses.
Yes,
at
exactly.
least.
Yeah.
Like,
Especially
we'll
if it's
be-
only 6
we'll
of you.
We're gonna be.
Especially if it's only 6 of you, yeah. About 15, 20 minutes later, he comes out and puts like 20 bananas and a jug of milk in front of Bael.
Excellent. Thank you. And he just starts eating them.
Not even peeling them again.
Nope.
Nice.
Can we see anybody else in the tavern with us?
There are a few sailors. Ragtag looking people, some working class people too.
While I look like a drow shipwright, can I go up to the bartender and ask it and just say, I just traveled in to this port. Can I find some work around here?
So ships that are looking for sailors every single day here nowadays.
Not ships at this port.
There's a couple dry construction docks in the northern section of the ports here, if you're interested in that kind of work.
And what's the pay like?
It honestly depends on what they're doing, if it's building a new ship or in terms of repairs. Sorry, I do not have any more information than that.
I'll put a silver down on the bar.
Thank you very much. And he goes back and brings out a silver tray. Not silver, but it looks silver, like it's polished pewter, for lack of a better word. And puts it down, and there's like a gigantic pot of seafood stew. And then just 6 or 8 tuna steaks that have been seared and seasoned in some kind of spice. And then just a random assortment of steamed seafood.
I just start digging in,
Yeah, I
like
dig in.
mussels, clams,
Yeah,
shrimp,
pretty much.
like bounty of the sea, and I just start shells and all, like just going ham, like no remorse. Just like full palming a tuna steak in one hand while I'm like, crunching on some shrimp.
Why am I not surprised a cat would enjoy seafood so much?
I thought that was just a stereotype, but I guess
You gotta be kidding me right meow.
Take your point of inspiration, Tomash.
Uh,
For stating the
that's
obvious.
yeah, that's the moment I heard seafood. I was like, oh, I gotta play it up. I gotta play it up.
You just hear him
Oh.
crunching these shells down with his teeth. It is
Don't
not appetizing for the rest of you, but he's enjoying himself.
don't expect any of us to rub your belly when you're full.
It looks like you're eating a fancy feast.
Oh,
Point of inspiration.
So
I look to
after-
everybody like I like pause for a moment and I look. I'm like,
It is
Kinda looking
extremely
at
tasty.
everybody.
It is extremely tasty. This is seasoned with stuff that most of you guys have never tasted stuff seasoned like this before.
What I do is when he's looking around, I grab the steak from his hand, put a banana there, and I eat the steak.
So all of a sudden you bite down into an unpeeled banana.
and
when I'm done eating, I'll walk back over to the bartender and ask. I wanted to ask, just because I'm new in town, where I'm
Alright.
from. We don't have a lot of stuff like this. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about that church of the Whispered One that I saw nearby. Is that
Yes.
is that a new construction, or has that been here for a while?
That has been constructed within the last 5 years. The God of Secrets and Whispers, has been close to the Emperor's heart and has been kind to him in terms of guidance for what the Algurans should do. And so he has erected 2 big churches, one in here and the other in Algur.
And what kinds of people do you see
We-
going to and from that church?
We all worship the Whispered One here. It's
All of you.
God of the Emperor.
Understood. Good to know.
Excellent.
And I just slide him a gold piece across the bar for his trouble.
Thank you very much. Do you need anything else?
I think we're all set. Thank you,
Alright.
though.
Above game, we haven't learned the Emperor's name from this empire, have we?
Correct.
I just sigh when I keep hearing the Whisper One and God of Secrets, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, apparently they all worship him here.
Yeah, if they truly know who he was.
Well, I fear that that might not even change it. We should tread carefully here.
definitely we can if we saw on our way in people enslaved. This isn't just punishment. This is their way of life.
It's terrible, but I'm not sure the 7 of us can end slavery today.
No one should worship an evil deity.
Lucy picks up her glass and goes, "No, but maybe tomorrow."
Chug.
I think you had enough, Lucy.
What do you think of the wine, Lucy?
It is delicious. Thank you, Alvin.
Better than beer?
Oh, much better.
Yeah, and don't thank me. This jug belongs to all of us.
Anything else you guys would like to do this evening?
Other than finish eating all this good food and probably going to
It is
bed for the night.
very good food.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to just head to bed.
Alright.
Before I go to sleep, after we head up to the room and do the my nightly ritual,
Mm-hmm.
I hold out my sword. I'm like polishing, oiling the blade to keep it nice and fresh. Even though it's magical, it's just part of the process. And close my eyes and say, Delathon, please Give me guidance. Show me the way I need to go.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything before bed?
I am going to take my armor off, my shield, and my mace and set it in like a drawn out circle, like of IO symbols and stuff, and say, IO, please give me your blessing on these items, or at least one.
Okay.
And I'll do that for like an hour before I go to bed.
All right.
And well, I'm saying, I pray to Erithus every night before bed, but as I'm doing it tonight, I'm just doing it with that image of the Church of the Whispered One in the forefront of my mind, drawing all my focus and trying to sort of glean any intention. What does Erithus want me to do about this church, if anything?
Okay. Anybody else?
I pray to Avandra, thanking her for the vision from the night before, but also, like, I know you're the goddess of change, and clearly around here there's some change happening, but is this something that I need to be weary of or work on, or are we cool here?
Anybody else going to pray their deity? Anybody else going to pray their...
All right. I need Alvin to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
15.
Okay. You get the full effects of a long rest. You're... By the way, everybody gets a D6 outside. Alvin does not count because you get a D6 of inspiration on your next roll you guys make, thanks to AJ.
Thanks, AJ.
With the 400 bits, giving a D6 inspiration to everyone.
Awesome, thank you.
You are in a castle that is extremely well decorated, extremely ornate. Platinum, gold, and silver worked inlays, diamonds in this wall, rubies, sapphires, this huge mural of some type of history in this throne room. And there's a person sitting on top of it, on top of this throne. This human you've never seen before. Deep blue eyes, this long drawn hair, wearing kingly robes. And out from behind the throne, a green hand appears on the side of it. Sounds. And you can see him whisper in this person's ear. Prom. Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
That is a 7.
Okay. It doesn't really matter because you guys have already gotten long rest, but how this works when you guys get dreams is if you fail the DC 10 save, you only get one of the possible benefits of a long rest. So in this case, you could only restore like one of your you could restore your abilities, or you could get max health. You couldn't do both. Doesn't really matter right now because we're out of it.
I was like, yeah, I'm looking at my sheet. I'm like, do I need the DM inspiration this? No, I'm fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
You're fine for now, but it might matter later. You hear this strange voice you've never heard before calling your name from outside the door. You have no idea if you're conscious or asleep.
Is everybody else around me asleep?
Yes.
Walk out the door.
It's now calling you down the hallway towards the dining room.
Keep going.
So you enter the dining room. You see sitting at one of the tables this goblin drinking whiskey.
I say hello.
Hello, how you doing? You must be from Athos.
I am.
Yeah, boss man sent me to talk to you.
So you are not Delathon then?
I am not Delathon.
Then who might you be?
My dragon name is Granarak, but you can just call me Grak.
Hello there, Grack.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm alright. I kind of got like memory wiped like 3 years ago, so I'm still like recovering from that emotionally, but you know, when the boss says you gotta do something, you gotta go do something, man. By the way, at this point you would notice that he's sitting in a like wheelchair with like an armored spike on the front of it, and he does not have legs.
I'm kind of taken aback a little bit, but trying not to stare because knowing that's impolite.
Yeah, I lost him in the war. It's a long story.
One I would like to hear one time, but
Yeah,
that's clearly not the
not
reason
really.
you're here.
To be honest, not really. I mean, they
Question.
got bit off. Like, what more do you want me to say? Anyway, what were you gonna say?
Delathon sent you to tell me something clearly.
He did actually. And it's this. And he pulls out from one of the pouches behind a sword that looks almost identical to yours.
And I, unaggressively pull out mine and kind of put it beside the one he's brought out.
Very, very similar. Obviously, this one does not have your father's name carved into the scabbard. And he pulls out the blade from this other one, and it does not say Delathon's host on it. It is just ornately inscribed with like the dragon's breath, flame weapon going down the blade instead. Closes it, puts it back down on the table.
I look at Grack and I say, "Is that the real blade?
Yeah, it is, bud.
Is that the message?
Yes, it is.
Then is it for me to keep?"
Yes. Boss didn't tell me how to activate it, which I think is a bit of a jip to you and me. But yeah, that was the message.
Can you take a reply from me?
Absolutely, bud. What you need?
Thank you. And I grab both swords
Mm-hmm.
and then head back into the, kind of say my goodbyes, my farewells. I bow and say to Greg, I'm sure we will meet again.
Yeah, we will, bud. Don't worry about that.
I'm glad. I'll be glad to see you again. And then I headed back down to the hall to the bed, to our room, and go back to sleep, or go to
Oh, you definitely go back. You definitely know that was real. That was not.
It's not a
Not a dream.
You fucker, Rai. I knew as soon as you opened your mouth.
Guess who's back?
Back again.
Back.
You go to sleep. It's a very peaceful sleep. You all wake up the next morning.
Walk over to my gear after I take a wash off or something.
And
What's your
Alvin's doing-
passive? What's your passive investigation pile? 12. You have a circle, a multicolored circle. Like your scales have changed to multicolors on your arm, and it kind of runs down in a pattern to about here on your arm, in like a strange, almost magical, changing some type of tattoo.
Go look at it. Thank you, Io. As he
Alvin,
adorns his armor and shield and gets ready for breakfast.
Alvin's doing the same thing as most other mornings. You see him just on his bed, just furiously doing crunches, working up a sweat before breakfast.
I do my morning ritual, and what can I tell any magic? Like, can I tell that this new blade is magical?
Yeah, it's magical in nature.
Then I focus make it my dedicated weapon. This new blade.
All right. Okay.
Down to breakfast we go, right?
Might as well have a good breakfast.
Spoiler alert, it's seafood for breakfast.
Can I get a bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon?
There is smoked salmon and like toasted bread, but there's nothing I would describe as a bagel there.
Well, I mean, like bread will do. And if they have some kind of any kind of soft cheese, that'll do too.
Oh, they do. They have a soft like a better word, something like ricotta.
I'll
It's a
just
little
dig into
like-
the seafood, and I'll see about a bunch of bananas for Bael.
And
Yeah, there are fruits available here too.
They just had them
I'm
out
just gonna
already.
eat a
Yeah, they
good
did.
berry
I've got a lovely
and,
bunch of bananas.
good.
Diddly dee.
What, Royce?
Alvin, did you carry those bananas in a
Oh my god,
banana
prom!
hammock?
Prom!
Sorry.
Literally. Okay. Royce.
No, I'm good. I'm
No,
good.
what
Go
what
ahead.
did you say?
He ate good berries. That's
Oh,
what he
you
said.
cast good berries and ate them? Okay. Now prom.
I was just asking Alvin if he carried those bananas in a banana hammock.
Jesus Christ. That's so bad.
Neither Alvin nor I think that requires a response.
Good. Doesn't. All right. with that, I think that's a pretty good place to leave it off for next week. You guys have the day in Astun to figure out what you all want to do with some new information. And should be interesting. Alright, so with that, we'll see you guys next Monday. Bye!